Tell that nigga Jesus. I said, please call my cell phone. I'ma whoop his ass.
On these niggas, no more nigga peas. If you fucking with the team, don't be switching up the scene. They believing in the lies, why you never find niggas. That's why we call them bronze, aka the God killer. When we blaze through, shit is see-through like Grey Goose, and everything around get tight like a straight noose. All we did was give information and the hate grew. Instead of showing love, they gave it all to it.
So for those who don't know, these writing sessions are just a way to get shit off my chest. But it's also a way to set y'all up for the real bangers, you know what I mean? But after I drop this, I'm gonna take a little step away. And this song should explain why. To change my upstate, these chains must break. Made some mistakes, became the trust fame. Was stuck on the same page, but as this tone played, needed to rearrange my brains and feng shui. To change my upstate, these chains must break. Made some mistakes, became the trust fame. Stuck on the same page, as this tone played, needed to rearrange my brains and feng shui. As I walk this tight route, struggling to keep balance. These flake, my fallon thoughts keep on ejecting from my palace. These waters surrounded, intentions, malice, fake smiles. Wanna see it, can't bury, defend my crown and see dirt on my hands. But despite the callous demeanor, I spilled the green on my heart, and it's only gonna get greener. I couldn't see in the dark, cause my demons crept in deeper. I spoke my driving out, it looked like there's an headlights for the garbage and sweepers. Without the sleepers, I'm more alarming than speakers. The devil come to collect the whoever's guarding the reaper on fire. Like they loaded on the top target of crying. But these temptations make my view of the top I too admire. So we're stolen now, I called them out, withdrawing the rounds. Combated with love from my angels and large amounts. Go see arrows and they corona, they'll get coffins now. While I do shuffle all over the stomping grounds. Look to my right, barely anybody in sight. When shit went left, only had me and my mic for the buzzer set on my life. Decided that I would dwell no longer get it clean from fake friends. I've been walking by myself, been sitting meditating on how to multiply the wealth. These devils been dedicated, trying to modify the hell, trying to hold the elevation, make me glorify the bill. Boogie Gucci gang, go put your one bird and bees on the shelf to change my shot state. These chains must break, made some mistakes, became the trust fame, was stuck on the same page, but as this tone played, needed to rearrange my brains and feng shui to change my upstate. These chains must break, made some mistakes, became the trust fame, stuck on the same page, as this tone played, needed to rearrange my brains and feng shui to change my upstate. These chains must break, made some mistakes, became the trust fame, stuck on the same page, but as this tone played, needed to rearrange my brains and feng shui to change my upstate. These chains must break, made some mistakes, came the trust fame, was stuck on the same page, as this tone played, needed to rearrange my brains and feng shui. Yeah, so like I said, I'm gonna leave y'all with this. Y'all know I'll be back though. Just cause I'm absent don't mean I'm not working. Time. shine a light to niggas that's blind. I hit you with rhymes, a message divine, and I'm one of a kind, drinking water with key lines. This is my time, enjoy the ride, cause I came from the shadows. I'm here to battle the matrix and dismantle the program channels. Level only long to focus the fall. Gotta give your all like Kobe, how we ball. They never take me alive. I'm getting high with my trade. Hey, cocked on these fuckers, not really scared to die. Got my pistol, got my crystal, plus connected to the sky. Stay protected, learn your lessons, see the truth from my eyes. Have discernment, hope you learn it. Don't get caught up in the lie. Them illusions cause confusion. Don't let overtake your mind. Once you earn it, don't you burn it. Biggest asset is your time. Meditate to elevate. That tapping in is divine. If you have me, don't you have me. Out of sight and out of mind. What's up with niggas' vision? Who let the blind lead the blind? I keep fucking up with women, nigga, time after time. Now the focus is the money. Put my grind over top. Lack of appreciation is why I don't even try. With decisions of commitment, the decisions of commitment have me all up in my feelings. Love, blurring up my vision, but still moving love is how a nigga is winning. I came to shine the light to niggas that's blind. I hit you with rhymes, a message divine, and I'm one of a kind, drinking water with key lines. This is my time, enjoy the ride, cause I came from the shadows, but I found the light in the dark. Keep my third eye open and protecting my heart. This is spiritual forward, watch how they influence your thoughts. All is mind is mental, through the mind is how they get you. They think for your reaction, this is lights, camera, action. Then the actors get to acting, then programming starts to happen. The you start reacting, excusing that they really just acting. See how the television manipulate your decisions and have you all in your feelings. You can learn to see the truth or continue to believe the fiction. Start looking for the proof, stop believing what is given. They say Bible is the truth, yet it's man-made written. God is really inside of you. Sooner or later, y'all will get it. But really, my spirit came from the shadows. I'm here to battle the matrix and dismantle the program channels. Level only law to focus the ball. Gotta give y'all all like Kobe, how we ball. We gon' ball against the system that's built to make us fall. Tickles down, be yourself, be firm and stand tall. You gon' crawl, you gon' walk, you gon' run, you gon' fall. Through the highs, through the lows, stay balanced through it all. The women, when they hear it, they wanna be all near it. They know I'm something different. My soul and aura is gifted. The eyes see I'm wise, she see I'm prize and want me in it. She down facing dogs, I get my nut in like I'm kidding. Even if I seduce you, baby, you get no Kama Sutra unless you fuck my medulla and connect to my spirit. I manifest, you held it down, you held a solid. Shout out to you, what you got is my love for you forever. Listen, man, I got a message, got a woman, keep her close. You can't, when she not around, it hurt like shit. Gotta keep her smile, don't keep her frowning, just so proud and move forward. But if she a thought and that's it, then hit the switch and swerve on that. I got some gang cruising in my lane. You niggas is lame. Y'all keep rapping about the same damn thing. This is some of that ism mixed with a lot of that wisdom. Truth is all I deliver. Work on the man in the mirror. The government is playing us. The swastika, it came from us. The big difference is showing us. 4 seasons, look it up. Stars create the symbols. Vibration, the only rhythm. Monsanto trying to kill us. The food they keep it fictitious. NASA lying about Earth and the universe. Invest in crypto. Be careful with the metaverse. We Aboriginal indigenous. America origins in us. We being shifted. We Indians. It's already all up in us. It's coded in gematria, numbers and letters show us the truth. It's right in front of us. And see the mushrooms, give me much room to consume psychedelic patterns, cause it's mind over matter. Not an ego, not a factor. Then the bookings get the shadow. Nigga, I came to shine a light to niggas that's blind. I hit you with rhymes, a message divine, and I'm one of a kind, drinking water with key lines. This is my time, enjoy the ride, cause I came from the shadows. I'm here to battle the matrix and dismantle the program channels. Love the only law to focus the ball. Gotta give your all like Kobe, how we ball. We at war. Everybody can't go though. Some of us vibing high. Everybody can't go though. Some of y'all might leave family behind. Everybody can't go though. Could have completed, but you get deleted. Some people are defeated, so you feel deleted. And knowledge is medicine. Knowing you need it. If everyone go, I'ma know that you treated. You think I'm conceited. I'm feeling completed. Life is a game and I'm planning to beat it. Life is a game and I'm planning to beat it. Everybody can go though, beat it. You was ascending and starting to win. No pretending, actually win. Low vibrations, actually win. Who keep letting them toxins in? All my people are toxin us. Everyone on our toxin land. changing like cosmology. I am the source, I go within. I can't go unless I go to win. Really a guy supposed to win. Anyone else trying to get with me, let's start doing the most you can. Trying to turn up, it goes to 10. Blood type, oh, you almost in. Anarchy, we all go in. G, I'm a rule, we all go in. Red the water, but can't make you drink. No, I'm not here to just make you think. If anything, I'm here to just make you fight. It's all lost, just make you right. Everybody ain't with it. Let me tell you, I don't like breathing. Freedom ain't for you, broke, I get it. Let me tell you, you don't like breathing. Can't even wake you up, you sleeping. Niggas are sleeping, scalping season. Some of y'all sleep through all the trees. Ain't government beeping, now you vegan. Need autonomy, really don't need them. Now we rise, this house is breathing. Really gonna hurt my heart to leave them. Really gonna hurt my heart to leave them. This is simulation or a cycle. They be hating on you for survival. That's why I don't mess with the Bible. Ain't nobody try to go on viral. We original, we hold the title. A lot of work to do, how you idle. Ain't no false idols in they Bible. We ancient for ancient in Ohio. Say what you want and do what you do. But I'm starting to get, I don't know about you. Gotta go with you, can't go on YouTube. If you think you know, you ain't got no clue. Say what you want and do what you do. But I'm starting to get it, I don't know if you do. Gotta go with you, can't go on YouTube. If you thinking you know, you ain't got no clue. Oh, we at war. Everybody can't go there. Some of us vibing high. Everybody can't go there. Some of y'all might leave family behind. Everybody can't go there. Could've completed, but you get deleted. Some people are defeated, so you fit deleted. And knowledge is medicine. Know when you need it. If everyone go, I'ma know that you cheated. You think I'm conceited, I'm feeling completed. Life is a game and I'm planning to beat it. Life is a game and I'm planning to beat it. Gotta beat it. Everybody can't go, don't beat it.
There's a couple things we gon' try to tonight. The cold word is Charlie Saw, she the body type. Yikes, you throw it back, it ain't just kinda nice. Girl, the way I kill that pussy, you gon' die tonight. Then wake up in the morning in another life. But you still be with me, it got you bugging right. I'm working magic right in plain sight. You close your eyes again and be back in the same night. Your booty big, you need a challenge, I'm your volunteer. Your lady helps you stand a chance against a mountain there. We started listening to Nelly, getting hot in here. We smoke dark liquor, we ain't stopping there. We started freaking in the kitchen like it's nothing there. But the bedroom is cold and take it up the stairs. We had a hell of a night and it got kind of weird. As I'm trying to get your panties up, I get to say your eyes. I'm tuned to your vibe. The longer that I stay, I take a trip through your mind. It's all about you. Them other girls' time. We started with a spark, now we about to make us vibe. Cause she bad, she used to press you, now she about to let me smash this hotel room. I see you keeping up, about to burn it to the ground, and we only heating up. We only heating up. I tell her close her eyes, she like it in the dark. She do it to me good, like somebody broke her heart. I say, honey, what's the problem? She say it ain't a problem, then she take it to the top, like I started at the bottom. How much we got in common? Tonight, that's the topic. Passing back to me, the love we share, but it's exotic. She just text my phone to let me know she's sliding. Preparing for this fire, pulling up the perfect timing. You've been watching for a minute. Subscribe to the channel, body burning down slow. Like the fire on the candle, beginnings to the land. Speaking of the words, pull your booty up a mix, cause it's too hot. I look into your eyes, I'm tuned to your vibe. The longer that I stay, I take a trip through your mind. It's all about you. Them other girls' time. We started with a spark, now we about to make a vibe. Cause she bad, she used to press you, now she about to let me smash this hotel room. I see you keeping up, about to burn it to the ground, and we only heating up. We only heating up. I go, blowing smoke for all the shit that I've been through. I remember how they treated me, dissing on the moves when I was wishing. Now I'm watching niggas wishing it was you. Niggas lame, they was hating till I showed up with the proof. What a shame, how the lowest niggas shit go through the roof. What it do? We in places that these niggas never knew. It's amazing, words can paint a picture that I never drew. Do it big, shut my nigga Chris, nigga hold it down, TSM, we be getting gassy at the smokers lounge, give them hell, this the shit and it be over for these clowns, niggas fail, cause they never tried, it's over for them now. When they see us in the building, they gon' hate on it. With that type of energy, I gotta stay away from it. You mad how we move, but you frontin' like it's cool. The better question is, nigga, who the fuck is you? You better keep your distance from me, nigga, keep your distance. You better keep your distance from me, nigga, keep your distance. I ain't playing with you, I don't brag. But today I got some time, I'm in my bag. Niggas wasted everything they had, now they looking sad. I remember none of them was passionate as this, not just to conversate. Think of all the ass they would kiss. Now of my views, you ain't watching, you's a hater, fuck you too. Your favorite rapper's catalog compared to me should be removed. Pick and choose, I forgot that's what these simple bitches do. Bad intentions towards the winning, they was wishing we would lose. I ain't you, any problems with me, nigga, then it's cool. When I see you, ain't no remix, nigga, don't change up the tunes. Like for instance, you know it's on sight when you see it, so keep your distance, or I be fighting more than my freedom. When they see us in the building, they gon' hate on it. With that type of energy, I gotta stay away from it. You mad how we move, but you frontin' like it's cool. The better question is, nigga, who the fuck is you? You better keep your distance from me, nigga, keep your distance. You better keep your distance from me, nigga, keep your distance. I ain't playing with you.
So what's happening? So just implementing how y'all cross the line. So what's happening? Y'all like ancestors, we like you cross the line. So what's happening? We original, y'all kill, know y'all lying. I do this for my niche. I need you. Oh yeah, I need you. I do this for my niche. I need you. I do this for my niche. Should've left me where I was, cause I ain't never scared. Took that little ice off my neck for this girl kid. Yeah. My nation, my ninja, so a girl said. Real Americans, still free blood, we thoroughbred. I'm like, let my people go and just take me instead. When it's red or blue pill, I'm only choosing red. I'ma always choose my people, you can keep that bread. I'll government on a trail, you can get that bread. There's one thing Jim Crow was showing me. I don't want no white folks ruling over me. I don't want no politicians ruling over me. I don't want no po-po ruling over me. Only somebody that's like me gon' treat me like me. I'm out here while you Cherokee, Chief and Dr. GLE. I'm still a G like this. Might not be as G as you. You think you free, but you need remedy to be as free as free. I'm from the hood, I'm still waking up my people. Wake up. They got us good, they still hating on my people. When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us. When it comes to dancing, the whole world wanna be like us. Foreigners is doing everything, trying to weaken us. Of course, y'all can't fuck with us. Rhythm know we killing y'all. Anything involve a ball. Mentally, we figured out the cosmos. After all, taking shit, we smashing y'all. It's time to take the asking y'all. Rights by blood after all. Vatican and the Smithsonian got all our shit. Artifacts and relics still keeping us away from it. And they say that was a long time ago. That's racist shit. Y'all hope you ain't get stolen shit. We don't need y'all holding it. Reverse engineering our technology, controlling it. Gave it everything you got, but you can't put no soul in it. I ain't gonna see the new matrix cause I'm living it. Everything is not what it seems, but I'm killing it. Can you afford to pay attention who you living with? Now they trying to mandatory facts, but is you getting it? Fall back off my niche, I'm peeping y'all tactics. This ain't no Earth War, this is galactic. Goddesses and gods warming up like practice. We gonna put arrows on your chest like that. Mongols can't style like us, them fake natives ain't wild like us. They ain't got a soul, destiny as a child like us. Nobody power like us, nobody peace, fight like us. I say y'all can't fight like us, nobody lost they right like us. Wake come up, I'm in the way. Say too much, I'm in the way. They trying to kill us anyway, so listen what I'm finna say. Everybody I keep who raised y'all anyway. Listen, it's finna say. Everybody ain't here to stay. Issue with us or against us, ain't no in between. I'm a non-ether being, not a human being. Fucking 1492 for all my allies, what it do? Renegade got clipped today, be careful, I advise you to. Yeah, my job, I optimize, so what's happening? Several million dollar across the line, so what's happening? My ancestors wouldn't like to cross the line, so what's happening? We're original, y'all kill, no, y'all lying. I do this for my niche, I need you, 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 I need you. I do this for my niche, I need you, 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 I need you. I do this for my niche.
Hey, welcome, everybody. And you already know, man, Brian Flip Power God in the building. I'm back. And, about to do this little season opener. And with me, coming through with more fire info. I always try to do my best to feed the people, give them all the information that they need. You know, much love to everybody. Yeah, let me show my face right quick. So I want to say much love to everybody. Y'all can see me right quick. Love everybody. Hey, but yeah, definitely. We got Let me just give y'all a little preview of what we supposed to be talking about tonight, because I'm trying to do like gonna be like a 3 series to it, because there's so much information that everybody's been given to me. So this is kind of like why I've been kind of like taking a minute to try to go live, because it's just like I've been learning so much shit, and it's just like my brain just been on fire, trying to gather all this shit together. But let me just give y'all a little quick preview of what I'm gonna try to discuss tonight. And we're gonna it's so much. That's why I said it's gonna be broken down into 3 parts. Hey, so that's just a little preview of what we're gonna be talking about tonight, because I got so many articles and PDFs I want to show everybody. That's not, what I'm saying, that you probably like, you'll go to somebody and they want to try to charge you for all this and that. It's like all information is always free. Like I said, people who gave it to me, it was no charge for it. So I'm doing my due diligence is just try to share with the family. And so I know everybody was talking about shout out to OG. I know they was talking about laws and everything today too. So and I think what the problem is that a lot of our people don't really know that how these U.S. codes go. Most of how the everything else comes from the Black Laws Dictionary and this and that. And yeah, I already know that the Black Laws Dictionary was written by a pale skinned man. But at the end of the day, a lot of that shit does come into play. To what we're going through and what we see. But before I go into everything, I just want how I always do. I just gotta give my little rant on certain things that's going on. So basically, I know a lot of shit that's been happening as always, how they try to keep us distracted and trying to keep our focus to what's really going on and stuff. But like I said, just how these policy holding cops try to put their threats and shit towards you and stuff like this. Even the Sky Daddy government, how you trying to put all these threats to you. Same thing these doctors doing and shit like that. But I just like at the end of the day, I'm not bothered because I already see through all these lies all the time. So I don't walk in fear and don't live in fear. So you know it is what it is. You do whatever the fuck you gotta do. Like I said, at the end of the day, it's always the three main characters you can always protect is me, myself, and I. And that's the most important person that most people don't even realize is that you have to always love self the most before you can go and love anybody else. Because who knows you better than self? So yeah, basically, they try to threaten us with trying to, enforce these laws on us. But my question I always ask is, how the hell can you force something on people that our people already made and did? You know what I'm saying? Like how is it that you want to say it's a fair system for everybody, but the system doesn't apply? It always has to be different measures for a certain group of people. You know what I'm saying? So if it's supposed to be, without, I know there's not no race or whatever. But at the end of the day, my thing is like, why, you gotta separate the original people, from everything. We have to fight do our strawman laws. We have to fight, to redo what our parents did on the birth certificates and stuff like that. And speaking of that, when your parents signed that shit and they were supposed to have it after the 7 years or so, you're supposed to have had that shit redone, but our parents didn't know. So it was just forcing everybody to just do things that we didn't. We were supposed to have shouldn't have been going through all this right now. We should just be sitting back and relaxing and enjoying life. How everything's intended for us. Saying where our ancestors was trying to set everything for us, and they just kind of like want to erase everything that they did. And that's the weirdest thing. And like somebody was telling me about this earlier today, and it made a lot of sense. It's because we'll cry and complain and say that we got these immigrants and stuff come over here, but at the end of the day, we got to understand is that we're supposed to be in a position where we're supposed to have our businesses set up already. We're supposed to have everything in place that we need right now. We can go sit back and retire. We shouldn't even have to retire. I'm at the work when I'm 60 years old or 50 years old, worried about retiring. Shit, we should be retiring right now between our 20s and our 40s. We shouldn't have to be slaving like this. And everything should be set up for us. We should have it where these immigrants are coming here, working for us, and we setting up salary based to accommodate them. And we just sitting back and enjoying our lives. And just keep letting our business grow and grow. But like I say, these Pelicans, they did rearranged everything so they could apply to help them out. And then if we start a business, as always, you got to go through this stipulation, that stipulation, this and that. But like I said, the cat is out the bag on how to do all this shit. And that's basically what I'm definitely teach the people tonight about how to just start your business and creating EIN numbers, getting setting up a trust, getting your trust as a nonprofit. You know what I'm saying? Reaping all the benefits of putting all your assets into a trust. As far as putting your cars, your house, phones, your license plates, everything, anything you can think of is an asset that you want to put into your trust that you can own. And it's the things that they don't want to tell nobody about. And then they want to just tell you like, the system is here to destroy us. But at the end of the day, this system is failing. But at the end, the system was always fair towards everybody. But it was just always hidden from us because with all the shit that they put us through as a people. But like I said, I'm so glad I was able to crack that code and getting everything together, learning how to do all this shit. And this shit just been so wonderful, for the process of understanding how this plays out, and now making it better. How I'm able to just share this with everybody to see how these people just been lying for decades. Like how you just go on, you just the whole thing with a lie is you gotta just keep it going. So they just been carrying a whole lie for decades, and it's just growing and growing and growing. But we was under that. Our parents just like they was under that hypnosis, telling you that this is the way things supposed to be. You can't make a change. You gotta apply. You gotta abide to the laws they give you, and what they say go. But you never had that. That you can step out and do what do your own thing. Question everybody. Honestly, that you in a position you growing up where you can't question nothing. This authority is always faulty. It's never been right. So if you're going around here believing everything that these people saying and how they treat you treat the people and don't give a damn about you, how the hell is this shit right? Why is it that we don't even realize that the money that they make with their fucking presidents on that shit, how the fuck you gonna just make up your own fucking dollar system with fucking their pale skin presidents? And they want in to start it off, all the fucking presidents was melanated people. So where the fuck you come up with this idea? This shit is just wild. That we never question this shit, and this is why everybody questions. All these ADOS and Pan African people always crying and complaining about, well, we can't get no reparations, this and that. But there are grants out there that's been given as a form of reparation to you almost every fucking day. All type of grants you can apply and get. And then even if you have a trust, just how these passive pimps, how they do what they do, calling their church, everything in the church is like a nonprofit 501c3. How they operate under that shit. This is how they get funded, because in the trust is a nonprofit. You can make your own trust and call it a church. I could call my trust the Church of Bronze, and I could reap the same benefits as these churches are doing. And most of these churches who don't fall under the 501c3, which is a 508 that they go under, most of those don't get those the nonprofits. They set it up where they can get funding, I think, from the government or whatnot, or from other organizations and things like that too. So and they don't apply by the same rules as a 501c3 does. So that's the difference between that, and what most of these churches are doing now. But yeah, definitely you can just take, you call it's called a revocable living trust, which means that you are the head trustee. You can you can rewrite your trust any way you want it. You can call it, you could add employees to your trust. You can change your trust whenever you want. You get EIN numbers is always free in the IRS. You can go, you got questions about anything, these motherfuckers work for you. It's not the other way around. You want to have a long 2-3 hour conversation with them. That's what they're there for. They give you the answers to everything that you have about doing a trust. And why the fuck is everybody even concerned about even paying fucking taxes when they already say, like, U.S. Code 601, 602, that taxes is an option? So why is everybody doing that shit? Why is you feeling that you obligated to pay something that's owed to you anyway? And they already know that they're operating illegally. This shit is wild. And another thing, everybody's paying bills, but if you think about it, you got all these big old corporations and stuff, and what are they doing? They have electric bills, they paying, they got gas bills, all this other shit. They're paying this shit annually. So why the fuck is we paying a per monthly basis on bills when every fucking bill is already fucking prepaid? And all you have to do is go to the IRS site, I think it's called a 494 sandwich form, and you go and you fill that out and say that's fraud. Because why are you charging me for something that is already prepaid for? All you do is, and then you could go to your state utilities, and then we can find out all that information about how all these electric bills and stuff was prepaid already for you. People playing around with this shit. I'm struggling from month to month on how to do this and take care of these bills and all this other stuff, man. All that extra money they're trying to charge you for something. That's money you can put towards doing something for your children or putting towards food and stuff. A lot of people don't really realize this shit. Like, we just, like I said, we just been hypnotized to believing that, it's the way things are supposed to go. I started to click a light on me because at a few jobs that I did work, and I'm like, I'm always just wondering, like, how the hell y'all just paying an annual bill on everything, and the regular people just paying. Y'all got to pay. Some people paying $300 something a month on light bill and all this other shit. That makes no fucking sense. And then the same thing with the mortgages. Like, so now people paying all this fucking money a month on paying taxes on the fucking mortgage. You don't even own the shit. And they already know that's a violation because as soon as you sign your name on a dotted line, you already own this shit. The bank plays this part as the middleman because the bank wants to play the role that's saying that, we could take control and we can kick you out this house, but y'all can't do shit with this house. Y'all can't do nothing with it. All you can do is kick somebody out, but you can't do nothing with it. It's just the house gonna sit there. So you lied to me, making me pay taxes, and already know that the money for this house is already coming out. All I gotta do is do the 1099-A or 1099-B form on my fucking house, whatever house I want to get. Wait till the money deposit into my account. Sign the dotted line. The shit is mine. But it does go. It's not. It's not as simple as that sound. It is like a little process that you go through doing it. But it's really, that's how shit post the process of getting the house. That's how it really goes. But they got the bank. The bank has been broke for so long. You go in there trying to get your money out your account. You trying to get fucking loans and shit like that. These motherfuckers taking money from out of somebody else's account. They also taking money from out the fucking reserve. And they got the nerve to give you the runaround. If you say, I want to take 10 grand out of my fucking checking account, why the fuck I gotta give you all this fucking information? It shouldn't be no question. That's my fucking money. It's a bunch of bullshit. And then the next thing, another thing they try to do is, another thing I suggest people to do is, if you have when you set your trust up, make sure you just, when you go, once you have your thing set up and you're calling it, use it as a, most important thing is you want to use it, depending on what type of trust you want to have. So if you want to call it, or the difference between irrevocable and revocable is irrevocable means you can't change it no more. So whoever the head of the trustee of that, so any assets that's put in that trust and that person passes away, then that's when they call that like almost like a living will, where someone have to disperse those assets amongst to the family, because you can't go into that and change it. So with a revocable trust, you can always add add assets and to who you want to leave this to, this and that. And also keeps the bank cannot have can't have control of your shit. So we all get this impression that we own this and own that, but you don't even own your car. You know what I'm saying? People don't even realize that either. It's like you paying a note on this car and shit like that, and you get your title and you still thinking that you own this shit. You don't own that shit. But when you set your trust up, there's so many things you can do with that shit, man. You could put, like, even when they tell you that you don't need a driver's license to to operate a non-commercial vehicle and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, you could take your plate as a bond, as an asset. Even your license, your driver's license could be an asset that's put into your trust. You can even get to the point where you can turn your registration. Your registration can be registered to your business instead of even fucking with this state and shit like that. Everything is registered to your business name, whatever you choose your shit to be. That's the power of having the trust and dealing on things like that. You know what I'm saying? We have the power to do all this. We don't need these systems for this and that. It's just wild. Now, a lot of people don't realize this shit. It's simple shit that we go through, and realizing that we're making shit difficult and saying that we can't do this, but we can do this. But man, definitely shout out to everybody that just came into the live. Much love and respect. Appreciate everybody always showing love. And yeah, definitely. But I just want to basically try to break a lot of this down tonight, because I see a lot of people that's just bumping their head and not understanding this, and we just not, And the thing about it is, we just feeding our children the same shit over and over that you gotta just believe in this the way things going. We can have, we got a lot of I seen a lot of children now. They're doing this. They trying to start them up with these pop up shops and shit like that with GoFundMe. But at the end of the day, man, you should be having your child right now. It don't matter how old your child is. You could rewrite a newborn. You know what I'm saying? You already put a trust in their name right now. They already got shit building. You got this called generational wealth right there. You got all the accesses of what they need right now. By the time they're 18, they're gonna be set. Shit, by the time they're 13, they'll be set. You know what I'm saying? So, we just gotta start thinking, more out the box and being inside that box. Because once you're inside those four corners, you can't move at all. And all that, like I said, all this shit has always been available resources for us. And then I think the biggest problem with a lot of our people is, it's hard for a lot of people when they just want things done at the snap of a finger. But, we got to learn to read stuff. Anything, these words they come up with and all this shit is just like, it's all there. All you got to do is sit there and question these motherfuckers on everything. It's right there for us. But I want to show y'all, let me see, hold up right quick. I got a couple of PDFs I want to go over right quick. And I'm gonna open up the panel for anybody who want to come up. I just want to, do a little bit screen sharing and show y'all a little bit about the Black Laws Dictionary. And I got a link for anybody that wants to get the PDF. I got I'm gonna post the links in the chat. There's a lot of books and stuff I'm gonna send. And like I said, I'm not hiding nothing from the people. Whatever information I get, y'all can have it too. All right. So this, if everybody can see, I got this is called the Redemption Manual. I want to go over this first. So basically, what it teaches you about everything that's going on in how the government is ran, this and that. So basically, they're starting off with, it says the creation of the state. The idea that the state originated to serve any kind of social purpose is completely unhistorical. It originated in conquest and confiscation. That it is to say in crime, it originated for the purpose of maintaining the division of society into owning and exploiting class and propertyless class. That is for criminal purpose. No state known to history originated in any other manner or for any other purpose. But it's I'm gonna definitely post this PDF in the chat. But I just want to go over a few things I want to pinpoint to y'all about, because I'm more than sure a lot of us know that let's see. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna go right here. I want to talk about what they're saying. What is this United States? Based on the comments and behavior of people all over North America, as is known as the United States Incorporation, is referred There we see worship unlike any other corporation on this soil in the western hemisphere of planet Earth, commonly referred to as America. The reason for this the reason for this are many but few them have to do with anything remotely dealing with truth and reality. The majority of those who call themselves unwittingly Americans know very little about any real history of the United States, including the nature of the incident that sparked the war for independence and the true outcome of that war. As you will discover below, it was not about the tax on tea. Our heads are filled with revolutionist history reminiscent history by the members of the social compact that control the centers of public education within or around the local of social compact known as the United States. We have continually been read that to encourage worship, adoration, and surveillance to government authority. All their schools teachers out there, whoever tried to deviate from the accepted instructional materials in their controlled government schools, known what I mean. If you didn't toe the line, you were forced into retirement. So basically, I'm gonna break it down for what they saying is that this whole corporation, which is no less than 207 years, has been a bully, and they always bully the people into doing what they say. If you don't comply, they're gonna try to take things from you. You know, you know what I'm saying. But how you pass a fucking anti-bully law, but you the one you've been the biggest fucking bully of bullying other countries and bullying the main people that's here and trying to and making it live in hell for us. And a lot of people be like, oh, it's the home of the free and that's all this other bullshit, but none of that shit applies. But let me see. I don't want to read this whole thing. I just want to pinpoint a few things. And basically, I want to go right here where it says, in 1944, the Buck Act, Title 4, USC 104-116, took the sovereignty away from the Compact Party states so that the enfranchised states could also have a title, as in the state of Arizona. Next came the countries and municipalities. Each had their own corporation, which usurped the organic government of the trust organically established, with the beneficiaries had then become with an inverse relationship to the original organic Republican form of government as handed to them by their forefathers. All rights. Let's go back to history. Let's assume and presume that most people in the year 1788, January 1st, did about the United States as a government, that this was a default of the Crown of England to the tune of 18 million lira plus interest. Then, as a direct and proximate result, the U.S. corporation government was bankrupt in their profit capacity from the start of the Constitution. Now the debt had to be paid for a period of 70 years. At a period of 70 years, if the Bible is rejudicated and stare deceased, the Creator said, they try to come up with these little crazy looking words and shit, but the Creator said, their creators England on December 31st. No, sorry, the Creator said the people in their social constructs can come out of bankruptcy with the creators of England on December 31st, 1858, and let's say as an operation of law that the time some notice was given to the nation that may have gone something like this. Excuse me, do you people really want to leave Babylon and have your own liberty back now? Or would you prefer to maintain the crown of England as your master and serve him faithfully, or something along those lines? But they always try to. I hate quoting these fucking babble fucking verses. But if y'all notice, they always using this shit in everything that they're doing, in this Constitution. So even if you was to put like, for prime example, like every state already originate as its own country. This is why they have their own government, their own mayor, and everything set up. And this is, and then basically, that's why you're indigenous to wherever you're born, you were born from. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying, just like for reading this, it's basically telling you that how this corporation is controlled by the British government, aka the Queen, and everything that she's basically ran the same way as it is in Europe. And that's what a lot of people don't even realize that shit. Even Canada, same thing. So I'm gonna still highlight a few things I want to share to y'all about it, but I'm gonna post this PDF in the chat for y'all because there's another one I want to go into, so I gotta upload it right quick. Just give me a minute. But before I do that, I'm gonna just go ahead and play a quick music break and be right back into it. Hey, and we back. Yeah, so I just like I promised, I got some more articles I want to read to the family. So I got something when I share the screen right quick, I got a few excerpts from the Black Laws Dictionary. Also, I have something from it says the Supreme Court DC jurisdiction and tells you about the trust. In elections and stuff like that. And also, I have another book, PDF. I'm gonna share it too. It's called The Banker's Code. So this is basically telling you it says the most powerful wealth building strategy ever known. So it basically tells you how to, basically talk that lingo when you go inside a bank. The same shit that they try to get over on you with. But let me share this screen right quick about on the Black Law Dictionary. Yeah, so this is one of the books I was telling y'all about. I got called A Banker's Code. I'm gonna talk a little bit about that, but let's go right here to the Black's Law Dictionary right here. And basically, what it says is the guide to pronunciation. And note on pronunciation of Latin. One of the difficulties in pronouncing legal terms is that one commonly hears both the English system and the Roman system of pronouncing Latin words. Before 1900, the English pronunciation of Latin had developed for legal, medical, and other scientific terms. During the second half of the 19th century, scholars established that what is known as the Roman pronunciation was used between 50 BC and 50 AD. Nearly all schools in English speaking countries adopted the Roman system of pronunciation, but by and large, the English pronunciation has persisted among lawyers, physicians, and scientists. The main difference between the Roman and English pronunciation of Latin is the long sounds of A and I in English. There's also A, E, and I in Roman, as in A, E is in A, and I as in 6. The dominant usage among lawyers today is probably the English pronunciation, but the Roman system taught in the school still has its influence. Lawyers who studied Latin in school often tend towards the Roman, and others often tend towards the English. Yet nearly all use both systems or variations from both systems to some extent. For instance, many lawyers use English pronunciation, but many lawyers prefer to say Ras in neither English nor Roman, but a mixture. The Roman Ras is seldom, if ever heard. Probably all lawyers use the English habecorpus or habecorpus, a lawyer who tries to get his client out of jail by asking for a written corpus might not be understood, yet the prevailing practice is probably to use the Roman and not the English one. Usually here's the mixture. One seldom, if ever, here's the English one. I can't pronounce most of that shit anyway. Shit. The following list is devoted mostly, but not altogether, to Latin words. For those words, the English pronunciation is always in the first place, followed by the Roman or the variations of the Roman. Whenever it is known to be widely used, the English pronunciation is never incorrect in the view of lexicographers, although local or general usage may often cause some lawyers to prefer a pronunciation other than English. As the study of Latin in the schools declines still further, the English pronunciation is likely to continue to increase. If a uniform system is ever achieved, it is much more likely to be the English than the Roman. But let me give y'all a little thing about these lawyers. So we already know in so many words that a lawyer is equal to being a liar. So basically, all they do is they're not a part of the court system at all. So they basically all this money they spending, and you know what I'm saying, going to school for all this other shit, they just paying to be a part of a club. So that's all they are. That's why you say you can go into a courthouse and represent yourself, because like I said, most of these lawyers they're already trying to get you to do a plea deal. But the whole deal is when you go to a court, it's just to get money anyway. They already, they don't give a fuck about how you feel, what happened, this and that. It's all about getting them, how much money they can get out of you, to fund the system. And they got everything backwards, making you think you gotta that's your honor and this and that. And I don't even have to answer to none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? I can ask for, like you said, you can do the FOIA on them and everything. But like basically, like I said, they already breaking laws even when they trying to send you to court for a ticket, all this other shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't. You don't really have to show up. That's the craziest thing right there. A lot of people don't even realize that shit. We just let these motherfuckers just conform us like I said, today's system, where they think it's the right thing to do. But let me see. I'm gonna try to highlight a few things because it's a lot. It's a lot of shit to go through. I mean, I'm more than sure if everybody has a copy of this or they don't have a copy of it, it's a whole lot of shit that's broken down. In the lingo of how you speak. And how the shit they try to make it seem like it's big words, but it really isn't. So that's why I'm like, you just break out everything down. You can kind of understand what they're saying about it. But yeah, definitely. I just want to give y'all a little tutorial about most of that too, because I know, like I said, it's a lot to break down. You know, and like they say, you go to court and this and that. You can always go there and say about bring up this case or what happened. And refer to yourself. You know what I'm saying? You the one going there. I don't have to give you my real name. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to do that shit. But let me read this right here. This is revocation of election established by the U.S. Congress. Foundational basis for revocation of election. This is the United States Supreme Court. Was what a lot of people don't even realize is that you can take tickets. You can go to take your tickets to the Supreme Court, speeding ticket or whatever. The court works for you, and that's why they already tell you that once the system is crashing, you already have. Like they say, once the Queen is gone, this whole British law is done with. Everybody's gonna be out of job. Lawyers, the policy holders, judges, everybody. You know what I'm saying? So if you're not accustomed to self-governing self right now, shit, like I said, you're gonna be lost in the system. But basically, right here, this is explaining that let me read it. This is the United States Supreme Court stipulated in Foley Brothers Incorporation versus Filaro 886 US 281 1949 that the canon of construction which teaches the legislation of Congress, unless a contrary intent appears, is meant to apply only within the territorial jurisdiction of the United States, a valid approach whereby unexpressed congressional intent may be ascertained. It is based on the assumption that the Congress is primarily concerned with domestic conditions. Westlaw provides the following summary of the Foley Brothers Incorporation versus Filaro case. It is well established principle of law that all federal regulations apply only within the territory jurisdiction of the United States, the District of Columbia, unless a contrary intent appears, meaning of implementing regulations and published in the Federal Register. Clarifications added. The IRS operates under the Title 26, the Internal Revenue Code, statutory laws, and its lesser known administrative, procedural, and implementing regulations regarding federal income taxation found in Title 26 Code of Federal Regulations. This federal states the regulations used by the IRS are applicable only within the territory and legislative jurisdiction of the District of Columbia per the U.S. Supreme Court. Thus, the IRS statutes and regulations are specifically limited in their geographical jurisdiction as well as the legislative jurisdiction, but the application toward those who are the proper federal taxpayers as expressed in the IRC at 26 US 7701-14. The limited geographical and legislative jurisdiction for the IRS statutes and regulations is restricted to the District of Columbia by the legislative intent of the 16th Amendment. Statutory taxpayers are defined to mean any person subject to any IRS tax. The statutory term person, as defined as 26 U.S. 7701, refers only to statutory legal fictions created by and under the dominion of the U.S. Congress. The statutory term subject to means under the dominion and control of national government, established by the Constitution, the American people are the sovereign. As such, the United States Supreme Court has declared in Rick Wu versus Hopkins 188 U.S. 356 1886. That sovereignty itself is, of course, not subject to the law, for as is author and source of the law. It is therefore an imperative necessity to include the statement of legal opinion expressed by the United States Supreme Court in United States v. Cooper Corporation 312 U.S. 600 1941, in which this court stated, since in common usage the term person does not include the sovereignty status statutes employing the phrase of ordinary constructed to exclude it. Thus, the statutory definition of person found in 26 U.S.C. 7701 and referred to the statutory definition of taxpayer at 26 U.S.C. 7701 does not reflect the or include in any fashion a reference to American nationals who are identified sovereignties by birth in one of the 50 states of the Union. Those naturalized are from parents who were born here. Basically, like I was saying, stating that you are indigenous to wherever what land you were born into. So your state, your country is what you're indigenous to, and and it's against the law for them to have you paying taxes. This is all in the Constitution that a lot of people just seem to want to skimp over and don't realize that these motherfuckers been breaking laws. It tells you how the treasury's supposed to act, how they supposed to all this shit these people supposed to be catering to you. This is why you gotta sometimes program these U.S. codes into your head because it's a lot. But at the end of the day, these are the codes that get you by on everything. Even when, like I said, when these policyholders pull you over and shit, and these motherfuckers don't even know the codes. They just know what's ever taught to them. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying, you go and you read the code to them, they can't help but fall back and basically saying that I'm charging you for every minute that you wasting my time. If I want to charge, my stipulation is saying I want to charge you 30,000 per minute. I'm charging you 30,000 per minute, and you're gonna get a lawsuit from that. You know what I'm saying? I don't even have to talk to the sheriff. I don't have to talk to you. And that's what a lot of people don't realize. We give these people too much power they should have never had. They're not here to protect and serve you. They're only to uphold a policy. That's it. Now I'm gonna go into this other book called The Banker's Code, which says the most powerful wealth building strategies ever known by George Antoine. As you can see, he said, I dedicate this book to all these people here that helped shape his life, But, basically at the top, the subject he talked about is, and there was chapter 1 is, and there was banking. It's nothing but a financing game. Pick a team first, money interest, and being a private lender, because we all should operate under a private lender, private society. The language of bankers mindset. Um, who would pay the 12%? The finance, it gets better. The banking, the parts, the steps, the banker rules, understanding the banking system. Let's see. Okay. Let's combine everything. I want to be a real estate investor. I want to invest in the stock market, build your team, leaving a legacy, and the secret society resources. So all this information it's been right here, been available to us for the longest. And like a lot of these books, they try to keep hitting it from you, but I mean, it basically just tell you that because when you walk into a bank, they're just by your body language, they know you know something. So these motherfuckers, this when they get kind of like, I don't know if people could watch your body language, but you can see how they get kind of shifty and get kind of like they get an uncomfortable feeling because they know they can't bullshit with you. And I see that shit a lot of times when I do go to the bank, and know that if they say the wrong things to me, then I'm gonna question this shit and come at them with the information that I know. But I'm gonna definitely post this link in the like for everything I've been talking to y'all about. I'm gonna post it in the chat so y'all can get some time and go and read it. It's a lot, it'll probably take you maybe a couple of days or a week or whatever to read it, but this will definitely help you along the way. So it's just basically like I'm gonna give y'all just a briefing on what he's talking about. Just basically giving you the game on even how you can become your own, run your home, everything is ran through you anyway. The banking space is part of being the middleman, like I said earlier. You can be a real estate. You can be whatever you want, call yourself, and making a trust. Your trust is basically, the key to everything. I'm gonna even give y'all another few gems. When you're doing your trust, take get you make your digital mailbox. Hey, your mailbox, you can even put your mailbox saying that I want to if I want to send my shit towards might just be a airport or some shit like that. They're gonna look at it like, oh, damn. And so you mean he got connections with the airport? This nigga might own an airport or some shit like that. Get his mail sent over there. I'm like, but how could they prove you any wrong when that's you the head trustee of your trust? You do whatever the fuck you want with it. You can't question it. You know what I'm saying? So make sure you try to get your digital PO box and also learn how to utilize the post office. The post office could be your personal bank. Those motherfuckers work for you too. You can make deposits with the post office and everything. Get your money orders and everything from these motherfuckers. That's why they always saying if you're trying to go there and make a deposit, any deposit overnight, you got to put it in what they say another into a box. So basically, I'm just telling you, you can make deposits in this bank, the banking system. I mean, in the post office system. You don't even, and then you don't even have to go wow. And then another thing is people wasting money buying stamps and stuff. And here's another thing: you go to the dollar store, go buy your pack of stickers. Right under you want to mail something off. Right under the sticker when you mail something off to whoever you send it to. Right on. In God we trust. Ain't that what they say in the Constitution? In God we trust for everything. So who the fuck you gonna question me? You know what I'm saying? You don't have to do that shit. That's another violation anyway when you're buying the stamps. This shit wild though, man. This shit is crazy how they just try to pull the fast ones on us for all this bullshit though, man. But and I'm just like this shit here just get me so excited. But I'm definitely I know a lot of people probably want to come on up and talk about some shit. So I'm gonna definitely open the panel for everybody because it's like I said, it's so much information. That's why I gotta try to break this down into 3 parts. So I'm about to open the panel for everybody who want to come on up. And like I said, much love and respect to everybody that's coming out, sharing it, and you know what I'm saying. Appreciate y'all. Yes, I got the link in the chat, and like I said, anybody will come up, y'all always welcome. And shit, man, I got everybody. I'm about to put everybody gonna be a moderator. Much love to everybody. Yeah, so some of these files, like I said, it's gonna be it's kind of like some big old PDF on Google files or something like that. So it might take a little while to download and whatnot. But while I'm doing that, like I said, we're gonna take a little break. I'll play 2 tracks right quick.
same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that bone, he gon' go down. Show some, move some, show some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that bone, he gon' go down. Every day my niggas dying, they don't know the truth. How the hell you supposed to die? We don't know it's you. Yo, how the hell you supposed to survive? We don't know the shoot. He should have died, he let him slide, cause he look just like you. I tried to tell him I'm scared, they can't. Everybody ain't your partner, everybody ain't your friend. How the hell they supposed to help when they the ones that put you in? They don't struggle how we struggle, they can't get it how we did. Can't be scared to die, we already dead. Either way, your make a mistake, no matter how you play. Or how you accept it when you choose a main guy. My lower want these motherfucking bodies. They retract their circles like a motherfucking island. Take them to the south, they put them down like OG Bobby. They don't want equality in this country, they want these problems. Killers right beside me, stand full of chicken wobbles. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that bone, he gon' go down. Shoot some, move some, shoot some, move some. Put us in the same room, he gon' go down. Hit a nigga with that bone, he gon' go down.
Hey, we back. Hey, so oh yeah, most definitely. Till, like I said, I'm not everything that was sent to me. It's like I said, I gotta share with the people. You know, I can't can't keep it to myself with all this information that people spend time with, breaking stuff down to me every day. You know what I'm saying? It's only right to make sure I give it back to everybody else because everybody deserves to know all this stuff. It's time to spread your wings and just get what's supposed to be rightfully yours anyway. So it's most definitely. But shout out to everybody that just came in too. I got the link in the chat if you want to come up, and for the time being, but let's go ahead and read another thing. I don't know if most of these. I'm trying to send most of the files in there, and I know that we might have to copy and paste some of them. So I know everything is on a PDF type of file, but I'm about to send this other one too. I got it's called cancel debt foreclosures, repositions, and abandonments. Publication 4681. Yeah, much love to you, much love. But let me share screen this again, like quick. Like I told you, I got so much information. This just is only half. All right. So this is called, right, what I was just telling y'all, it's called the publication 4681. He's talking about cancel debt foreclosures, repos, and abandonments for individuals. So basically, they highlight and talk about the cancel debt, exceptions, exclusions, reduction of tax attributes, foreclosures and repos, abandonments, and how to get tax help. So, we're gonna talk about right here we're gonna talk about cancel debts right quick. So this is called let me try to zoom this up a little bit. Let's move it. Oh well, I'm gonna just read it.
Page 2, publication 4681, 2021. 1. Canceled debts. This chapter discusses the tax treatment of canceled debts. General rules. Generally, if a debt for which you are personally liable is forgiven or discharged for less than the full amount owed, the debt is considered concealed in whatever amount it remained unpaid. There are exceptions to this rule, discussed under exceptions later. Generally, you must include the canceled debt in your income. However, you may be able to exclude the canceled debt. See exclusions later. Example: John owed $1,000 to Mary. Mary agreed to accept and John paid $400 in satisfaction of the entire debt. John has canceled debt of $600. Example: Margaret owed $1,000 to Henry. Henry and Margaret agreed that Margaret would provide Henry with services, instead of money, in full satisfaction of the debt. Margaret doesn't have canceled debt. Instead, she has income from services. A debt includes any indebtedness, for which you are liable, or subject to which you hold property. Debt for which you are personally liable is recourse debt. All other debt is non-recourse debt. If you aren't personally liable for the debt, you don't have ordinary income from the cancellation of debt unless you retain the collateral and either the lender offers a discount for the early payment of the debt, or the lender agrees to a loan modification that results in the reduction of the principal balance of the debt. See discounts and loan modifications later. However, upon the disposition of the property securing a non-recourse debt, the amount realized includes the entire unpaid amount of the debt, not just the FMV of the property. As a result, you may realize a gain or loss if the outstanding debt immediately before the disposee tie-in is more or less than your adjusted basis in the property. For more details on figuring your gain or loss, see Chapter 2 of this publication or see Pub 544.
So basically, she
There
just
are several exceptions and
pause that right
exclusions
quick.
that may result in part or all of a canceled debt being.
So basically, what she's saying is that it's basically showing you how the form of debt works and how they're saying they try to put you with these credit cards and all this other shit. Talking about you owe a debt towards this bill and you owe what I'm saying, if you don't pay on this shit, and they're gonna try to send your shit to a third party. But how could you send my shit to a third party when I didn't give consent? I have no consent of you sending my information off to anybody else because I didn't sign off for that shit, and that's a violation. So I can go to the IRS site. I can go and file under fraud and send all the information and sandwich these motherfuckers out and give and I won't have to ever worry about getting another letter stating that I owe anything. You wind up paying that shit back towards you because they broke it. Like I said, everything that they're doing to you is breaking the law. I'm gonna give y'all another little heads up too. You can go ahead and go copyright your name. You know what I'm saying? That shit lasts up to like 70 years. And you can go and copyright your name whenever you sign your name for anything. You can put TM on it, put the circle over it or whatever. That's your trademark. So they send you a bill or some shit. Like I don't even know who this person is. And how what I'm saying? Because my name, it's trademark. So that's another violation. I didn't give you permission to do anything. If I didn't sign this shit, but even if I signed for something that you went and sent my shit off to somewhere else, I didn't get consent to that. That's the whole key to everything. So basically, like they say, you form the form the 1099-C reference guide for identifiable event codes for bankruptcy, other judicial debt relief, statute of limitations, and the expiration of the fantasy period, foreclosure elections, debt relief from probate or similar proceeding by agreement, decision or policy or discontent collection, other actual discharge before identifiable event. So you will use this form here to file for anything concerning the debt that they were saying, like for as far as bankruptcy, credit fraud, all type of shit. You can use this form right here for that. Let's see. You got to talk about the gift, banquets, devices, and inheritance, student loans is against the law, man. All this fucking shit. These motherfuckers ain't supposed to be sending shit to you. This shit is crazy. I'm gonna read that. Let that be read too.
Is related to non-farm rental of real property. Form 4835, line 6. If the debt is related to a farm rental activity for which you use Form 4835 to report farm rental income based on crops or livestock produced by a tenant, or Schedule F, Form 1040, line 8, if the debt is farm debt and you are a farmer. Form 1099-C. If you receive a Form 1099-C, that means an applicable entity has reported an identifiable event to the IRS regarding a debt you owe. For information on the reasons an applicable entity files Form 1099-C, see Identifiable Event Codes later. Unless you meet one of the exceptions or exclusions discussed later, this canceled debt is ordinary income and must be reported on the appropriate form discussed above. If you had a student loan that was discharged after December 31st, 2020, and the amount of the discharged loan is non-taxable, you won't receive a Form 1099-C from the lender or servicer of your student loan. An applicable entity includes the following. 1. A financial institution. 2. A credit union. 3. Any of the following, its successor, or subunit of one of the following. A. The Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC. B. The Resolution Trust Corporation, RTC. C. The National Credit Union Administration, NCUA. D. Any other federal executive agency, including government corporations, any military department, the U.S. Postal Service, or the Postal Rate Commission. 4. A corporate subsidiary of a financial institution or credit union, if the affiliation subjects the subsidiary to federal or state regulation. 5. A federal government agency, including a department, an agency, a court or court administrative office, or a judicial or legislative instrumentality. 6. Any organization of which lending money is a significant trade or business. For more information on the applicable entities that must file a Form 1099-C, see the 2021 Instructions for Forms 1099-A and 1099-C, available at irs.gov/irs-prior/I1099AC-2021.pdf.
Yep, and all your forms that you need, you can get on the irs.gov for every fucking
Box
thing.
6
They
of
have
Form
everything
1099-C
that you need.
should indicate the reason the creditor filed this form. The codes shown in Box 6 are explained next. Also, see the chart after the explanation for a quick reference.
So she already basically, I basically broke that down when she was talking about his canceled deaths and stuff like that. So that's all she was telling you. So, like I said, you want to get those forms, get every form that you need on irs.gov, and you got questions about anything, sit up there and call them motherfuckers up. That's their job to fucking explain every fucking thing that you have questions about. They have to explain it to you. This is why so many of these businesses right now today, they could go and start up another business, bankrupt it, still get their money from it, and go and start another. But it could be under the same thing. It'd be under the same fucking trust. You just change the name. That's why they call it a revocable living trust. You can always change that shit because you are the head trustee. And like I said, all this right here, when I'm reading, basically what it's from, you can just, like I said, you can pull all this up, just type it all in IRS, but it's just like somebody was just able to get, to format all this stuff together on one big old file. But, yeah, it's just like I said, everything's at your hand, what you need. Yeah, but now they tell you, it's like, why is you paying, you should never be sitting up here paying a monthly mortgage or anything when, all you're doing the mortgage is basically paying tax. And the shit is already paid for once you sign your name. Your name holds so much weight and power to everything. As a lot of people don't even realize that. And this right here, this is called the Asset Protection Trust. What they are, how they work, and the tax aspects. Robert W. Lambert. And like I say, just a highlight of what he's talking about in here, the definition of what a trust is, settlement of the trust, the practical uses of excess protection in the trust, supplement or replacement to insurance, a tool to settle or discourage litigation, to keep the ownership of excess confidential, an alternative to traditional prenuptial agreements. Basically, I know everybody knows what that means, how you could just go write your own vows. And within your trust, you have to go to the court system for that shit. It hedge against potential exchange controls, miscellaneous use of excess protection in trust. Like I was telling y'all earlier, you can put anything that you want to put as excess into your trust. You got coins, you put it as an excess to your trust. If you want to put your phone as an excess of the trust. I'm saying, but all that shit, that's your shit. You place a value on that shit. You got a car. Say for instance, you paid a car. Your car was like 13,000 or maybe 20,000, and you can say, oh, you can look about the blue book value of what the car is. But if I'm paying, if the car was 18,000, added all the interest and stuff that they charging me per monthly on this car, so I'm gonna add the value of what I think my car should be. So if I paid 18,000, I want my shit gonna be. I'm gonna put my shit as an asset to my trust is 30,000. Who the fuck gonna tell me I can't put my shit to what I want it to be? I'm the trustee of my trust board. You know, I'm telling you, they make up their own shit. How the fuck you gonna tell me what I can't do with my own shit? No, and to and the people on to protect the pension excess, to give an insolvent debitor a fresh start, to avoid forced heirship laws, a hedge against government instability. What are the legal characteristics of legal access protection trust? Creditor protection derived from situs. Creditor protection derived from the structure of trust. Sex neutral. No criminal or civil violations. Withdrawal of funds. Will substitute access safe and either managed by a sedator or professional. Duress provisions. Automatic extensions. Removal of access. Selection of alternate trustee and jurisdiction, and sedator protected from the contempt, trust treated as a valid legal entity, selection of jurisdiction in which to form trust, general considerations, common law, heritage, creditor protection, tax consequence, transfer status, statute, jurisdictional, judicial overview, Bahamas. Yeah, just like basically everything breaks it down how to form your own trust. So I'm gonna just let it play itself out for a little minute and let y'all hear it from there.
Asset protection trusts. What they are, how they work, tax aspects. By Robert W. Lambert. Introduction. This article is driven by the rapidly developing and largely unevaluated emergence in the United States of the offshore asset protection trust. Section 1 of this article explains what an asset protection trust is. Section 2 deals with jurisdiction selection and particularly analyzes the laws of the Cook Islands. Section 3 evaluates the effectiveness of an asset protection trust assumed to be settled on the Cook Islands, and, finally, Section 4 discusses the tax aspects of a typical asset protection trust. Just as important as what this article will discuss is what it will not. It will not discuss, except in passing, 1. The state and federal fraudulent conveyancing laws, 2. Other asset protection techniques, or 3. The laws of any jurisdiction, one other than the Cook Islands, which 1 for a listing of the jurisdictions known to this author which have enacted or announced an intention to consider.
Yes, I'm gonna just go scroll a little
7.
now.
7.
We're gonna go to right here where it says, "What is an asset protection trust?"
Fosters Asset Protection Trusts. Appendix A is a consolidation of the Cook Islands International Trusts Act, 1984, as amended. Point 2. What is an asset protection trust? A. Definition 3. An asset protection trust is any trust formed for a term of years in a foreign jurisdiction which 1. Either does not recognize or imposes significant barriers to the recognition of United States judgments. 4. Section 2.b. Infra. 2. At the present time there is little published material on asset protection trusts. The domestic sources which have been the most helpful to the author are Gray and Luria, Protection of Asset Trusts, 130 Trusts, in Estates 32, 1991, Speaker's Notes entitled Asset Protection Planning, the Concept, the Trends, and the Tools by Engel at the May 1993 New York University School of Law Tax Institute. Speaker's Notes entitled Use and Abuses of Foreign Asset Protection Trusts by Lainwang, Norman, and Warner at the February 1993 University of Southern California School of Law Annual Tax Institute and Speaker's Notes entitled Asset Protection Techniques by Henkel at the February 5, 1993 meeting of the American Bar Association section of taxation.
Hey, I want to pause right here, right quick, and let y'all. Another thing people need to know too is that even when somebody do a service for you, it's like your mechanic that if he doing a service fixing your car, whatever, and make sure you write up a receipt and put that shit as an SS into your trust. You get your money right back. He's doing a service for you, so it don't even matter if you just select, for instance, you gonna fix somebody, like for the women, if you gonna fix somebody's hair, do somebody's hair, doing their nails and stuff like that, you got your trust set up and put that shit in, get a service receipt, write that up, and get your money back for this shit. You can write however much you want, they was charged for this shit. Make sure start hold on to your receipts and putting that shit in your trust to get your assets and your money back on that shit. Everything is a service. You should be paying. Like I said, it really shows you by having a revocable living trust how everything. People say like you're supposed to live in a free country of everything. You basically just it's showing you how to get access into that. So it's just basically saying that it's a lot on this PDF too. But like I said, it's just basically showing how you could just add everything to your trust as an asset, like I was saying earlier, and you control it. And like I said, nobody can touch it. Even when you dead and gone, your shit still gonna be sitting there because nobody can touch your shit. You know what I'm saying? You want to put your children as an access into the trust. Put your dog as a fucking access into the trust. Put your goldfish into the access into the trust. You know what I'm saying? You can put, there's all type of ways of getting around this shit. And I know a lot of people like, damn, how that, may sound like it's not legal. Yeah, this shit is legal. It's just letting the system work for you. You out there being an employee for somebody else. You know what I'm saying? And you slaving out there. You're not reaping the reward. But why? You know what I'm saying? This is just to show you how to reap your rewards and get everything back to you. And it costs you little to nothing to even do this shit. Like I just say, you go to the IRS site, the EIN number is free. Why go to these other sites where they're trying to charge you $100 or some shit to set up a business EIN? When you can go to the IRS, set up a trust EIN for free, set up a business EIN for free, write you up a declaration or whatever. And like I said, for the Bible dumpers and stuff like that, y'all can even put your own scriptures you want to put into declaration to your trust. Shit, or you want to write up your own, create your own shit you want to put as a scripture. It gives the power to the people. Like what you see, it's the power to the people. So it's like give you control, payment, everything that's for you. Yeah, I want to read right here where it says something about the common law heritage. Common law heritage does the jurisdiction have a common law heritage with a specific history of recognizing trust. Civil law jurisdiction which recognize trust, i.e., which create their trust laws by statute and do not deal with them in the manner in which we are accustomed in the United States. In addition, certain United States tax provisions regarding the classification of trust, they require that jurisdiction apply the principles of chancery courts, and they do not to deal when you got your trust. That shakes these motherfuckers up. They know they gotta abide to that shit. The court system hate that shit. They fucking hate it, but they know they gotta abide to that shit. IRS, everybody, bill collectors, y'all gonna see all these motherfucking bill collectors gonna squirm like a motherfucker when you start talking about your trusted shit. And the shit, like I said, the best way to do it is, like I said, any bill that you get, y'all understand that any bill that you receive in the mail is already prepaid. You paying rent, if you paying rent using debit card or credit card or some shit like that, man, say get your receipts and all that shit up, add that shit to your trust as a service. Get your motherfucking money back. You know what I'm saying? Get all your shit back. And then these people take from you. You're doing this shit too long, man. We can't play no games no more. We gotta get on this shit. Like right here, it says creditor protection. Does the statute provide adequate insulation against creditors? Each jurisdiction has its different statute of Elizabeth override provisions and has different procedure standards approved to enforce judgments within its jurisdiction. Tax consequences. The tax consequences of settlement in a specific jurisdiction should be verified. Normally, there is not a tax treaty. Most jurisdictions have little or no tax initially, but some jurisdictions impose higher taxes once a tax holiday is over. And that's how they get you with their fucking these stores and shit. What they doing, what they gotta have a Black Friday sale or Christmas in July, all this other type of shit. These motherfuckers be playing. Transfer statutes. Transfer statute of the host jurisdiction must be checked to verify the domicile can be quickly and automatically transferred in the event of duress. In addition, other factors such as cost and availability of international communication links and jurisdiction history of political stability should be considered. Jurisdiction overview. The following is a list of majority jurisdiction which has enacted or evaluating enticing statute of Elizabeth override provisions of other. And notice how they keep saying Elizabeth is basically saying that's the queen because, like I said earlier, the fucking queen has jurisdiction over this corporation. In many jurisdictions, Switzerland or the Netherlands, an attempted transfer of jurisdiction will not be given legal effect in the absence of a transfer statute. This list is incompetent, changing on an almost monthly basis. Many island protectorates are going to have the option of independence in the next decade, which they look at the positive fiasco impact of legislation encouraging the settlement of asset protection trust or jurisdiction like the Cook Islands. I expect the number of jurisdictions which such laws to multiply. I also expect substantial competition between jurisdictions to continue. The tension for the jurisdictions between maintaining the respect and family of nations and making these laws the most liberal and other to attract the most businesses. In addition, all jurisdictions are worried about attracting drug money. The jurisdictions do not want dirty money in large part because of the meddling from the United States and other countries, which this also brings. See Joseph legislation's secret of financial success. South China Morning Post, Ltd., September 11, 1992, indicating that the success of the recent Cook Islands. Basically saying is that, you gotta keep this corporation out your business. They want to implement all type of things. That's why they keep saying they say the dirty money and all this and that. Yeah, all the money is dirty because the motherfucking crooks fucking make their own fucking money every day. They never fucking running out of money. These motherfuckers been printing up dirty money and somebody running out of money and the machines keep rolling. So how the fuck you running out of money? But you stealing the money from out the Federal Reserve, which is ours. And everybody already know this is why you got states like Texas and California. They trying their best to break away from this fucking corporation. They already know this is a melting pot. They've been trying to get that shit. And I really think in the next few years, they're going to get, they're going to really break away from this shit. And this basically just showing you how the Bahamas, Barbados, and Belize, how all them, how they run off their offshore, like they say, offshore asset protection trust. And it's basically saying that it gained independence from the United Kingdom in 1981. Well, Belize, it gained its independence from the United Kingdom in 1981, and a traditional system based on that of the United Kingdom. English is the principal language, and the country allows unrestricted inflow and outflow of capital. As of 1992, Belize was serviced by 4 banks, 2 of which was international and had 350 registered foreign companies. It is commended the registration of trust in late 1992. The Belize Trust Act was enacted in 1992, which is a comprehensive act, which in Section 6 provides that the court shall not vary a trust settled under Belize law or set aside or recognize the validity of any claim against the trust property pursuant to the law of another. And it's basically telling you, like how I was saying, if you're the head trustee, the banks has no power to do anything to that trust. The bank has always been the middleman. And speaking of bank, another thing I want to tell y'all about too is, look up Benjamin Banneker. Now about him, they try to hide the history from what he did. He started the entire banking system. He was the one that started the whole trusting system too. And they got the very bank out of his name. But then you're looking, you can't even they probably didn't threaten his bloodline because they knew, that this man did so much for our people. And and just besides the banking system that he did, and he also was responsible for the fucking the farming system. He started the fucking irrigation system that you use to farm. He started how to was teaching how to do the doing crops and growing crops and shit. He even made the repellent against mosquitoes when you're growing crops. It's so much shit this man did, and they just kind of buried him to the point where nobody would know none of this shit. And it wasn't for him, none of this banking system would be in existence. But they want to tell you that the Rothschilds, J.P. Morgan, all these motherfuckers are responsible for starting banks, and we know that's a fucking lie. These motherfuckers ain't starting none of this shit. Just like the same shit they will tell you that the automotive business, how they'll try to tell you that Henry Ford founded Cadillac and Ford and Lincoln and all this other bullshit. That's a lie too, because the first person that did this shit was a melanated man that did the fucking made the fucking transmission. He made the fucking engines. We fucking made the fucking we had the first fucking parallel park. The automatic parallel parking was in the 1800s by our fucking people. We did all that shit. Then we fucking already did this fucking electric cars and shit too. That shit so fucking old. That shit was like in the 1700s they had that shit. All this shit is just old. But like I said, they just want to put their name, threatening our people for all the shit that we accomplished with threats. And they renamed it and patented shit as as their own. But you can clearly see the lack of knowledge that these people have, and it shows every day. Even when they will tell you that I remember, like, I ain't gonna much lie, when I was I used to think that Confederate flag meant the racist shit, all type of things. But like when I learned from shout out to Big AP and them my nigga Tishon and Chief Holiday, they was teaching about that about the flag. And that's the Chickamauga flag. That's our flag. And everybody be like, well, we don't have this and that. We got every fucking thing. The U.S. flag they made that shit. They just made that shit up. That's not that's bullshit. That never was for us. Just like that fucking bullshit ass fucking pledge of allegiance and all this other shit. And that shit ain't got no resemblance to us. Because everything they say in that fucking pledge of allegiance, that shit don't even, they go against everything. But the whole key point of everything, like I said, is that you can always put on anything that you're doing. You write in God we trust, because in that, like I said, everything they put everything on that for a reason. but they want you to I'm saying they don't want you to if you repeat what they saying, then there's something wrong. But you gotta play the game against them. Play the same way they did it against us. And this is right here something about the how this. Let me see. Let me go back up a little bit. So the Cyprus House of Representatives passed the International Trust Law in July of 1992. Now, this law provides a comprehensive set of laws regulating the registration of international trusts and is unique that it does not require the registration of an international trust. Now, before I go into that, I want to also let you know that, like I was saying earlier, if you wanted to get you a digital PO box, you can get a foreign PO box. Basically saying you want to put your shit as a foreign, foreign mail or whatever. I mean, you can do it like that. You can make your trust as an international trust. You're doing commerce internationally. You drive trust or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Do your shit internationally. It all depends on what you want to do. Like I said, once you go to the IRS site, you can go and like I said, you go where it tells you, the first thing you want to do is you want to go to file for EIN, employee identification number, and then they give you the option saying that you want to do under a trust or just employee or whatever, but you want to click as, if you want to do it you want to start your own business or whatever, you can do it like that, or you can go and click on where it says trust. Go into they give you all different options for doing the trust. But like I said, if you want to just be able to, interchange your trust anytime you want, you go and do the revocable, and then you click on revocable. They give you the whole option if you want to, you want to go to where it says other trust on the states. So you'll go there, and they give you the list of what you want to call your trust as a nonprofit, sports, whatever or church or whatever you could call it, whatever the fuck you want. They give you once you finish filling your information out, they're gonna give you an EIN number, get print it out, send the shit, print a copy of it back to them, and recognize it to the system. Mm-hmm. After that, you go inform and get you go to the set up a trust with the bank, and there you go. You start putting your assets in your trust. It's really it's really simple on how to do that shit. And like I said, if any questions that you have on it, that's why you call the IRS, and they sit there and you talk to them, and they're gonna give you all the information that you need on it. But let me read this. It says, so as the site, this law provides a comprehensive set of laws regulating and regulations of international trust, and this is unique in that it does not require the registration of an international trust. The only amount payable to the Cyprus is $500 upon settlement of the trust in the form of a stamp duty. The International Trust Act does not override the Statute of Elizabeth, but instead closely parallels United Kingdom trust law. It is a popular base for companies driven out of Eastern Europe or Lebanon, withstanding the division of Ireland into Greek and Turkish Cypriot sectors separated by the United States peacekeepers. Cyprus has a tendency to regulate offshore companies heavily, for example, by requiring submission of an audited financial report every year. In addition, according to Mr. I don't even know how to say his name, but the central bank, we're not a tax haven. We're offering tax incentives. It is unclear what regulations or taxes may be imposed of offshore trusts. So I basically was gonna get y'all briefing on what they was explaining on that shit. But like I said, you already know everything's still running under this fucking British law. That's entirely what this whole corporation is built off of, British fucking law. There's never been no patriotism in this fucking corporation. And this is basically telling you right here, talked about the violations of money laundering and related statutes final sets of statutes which impose criminal liability on the senator and his attorney are the principal money laundering acts. The first of this is the Bank Secrecy Act of 1970. This act requires person acting on behalf of any financial institution very broadly defined to report large cash transactions into the government. This is accomplished by the following Form 4789, known by shorthand cash transaction report of CTR for any transaction involving more than $10,000. The Bank Secrecy Set imposes penalties, which implies for a partner, director, officer, employee, domestic financial institution, which validates the act. The civil fine is a minimum of $25,000 or the amount of money involved, not to exceed $100,000. The criminal penalties can be in the fine of up to $500,000 and 10 years imprisonment. Compliance with the provision is excellent. The problem is that it applies, but that's exactly what they're trying to do with you with these fucking student loans and shit. So how you imposing a bill on me that I don't, and you already broke the law because you send it to a third party. So right there, you know what I'm saying? All debt is already forgiven. So I don't owe y'all shit. You know, involving the fraud under Title 11, 31 USC Section 5311, 5324. Person is specifically defined to mean a trustee, probably encompassing all members of the Committee of Trust Advisors, aka protectors, and a representative of any estate, i.e. lawyer. E31 U.S. Code Section 5312, CU 31 USC Section 5312, and IRC Section 60601, which requires anyone engaged in a trade or business to report any receipt of cash of $10,000 received in one or more related transactions. Violations of this punishable by up to 5 years imprisonment and a $25,000 fine. Primarily to financial institutions and does not reach the individuals requesting the financial institution help in moving money. To expand the reach of the Bank Secrecy Act of 1970, Congress passed the Money Laundering Control Act of 1986. This act is extremely broad and covers virtually any person engaged in the act to discuss the ownership of funds allegedly derived from unlawful activity or to avoid the cash transaction report filing requirement. Violation of this act is punishable by the fine up to greater of $500,000 or twice the amount of money involved of imprisonment for 20 years or both. In addition, the funds involved in transactions are subject to civil forfeiture for violation of the act. The IRS service has recently established a financial crime enforcement network, but I was trying to tell y'all this is like they legal report fraud, and they send up when these bill collectors sending bills. You know, this new Office of Treasury Department is to provide government-wide multi-source intelligence and analytical network in support of detection, investigation, and prosecution of financial crimes. All information so developed will be appropriately disseminated by the FINCEN in accordance with applicable legal requirements. This act, like I said, y'all gotta learn these codes, learn these U.S. codes. This act is scattered throughout the code at USC at 18 USC Section 981, 982, 1956, 1957, and 31 USC Section 5321 and 5324. Now you start to get that shit programmed to your head. I guarantee you, this shit gonna get you. You gonna be knowing this shit. You know, it's just crazy. I like this one right here too. When they was talking about the state fraud disciplinary action, they said the California Supreme Court has specifically held that participating in schemes to defraud creditors and crime. I'm gonna say that again. The California Supreme Court has specifically held that participating in a scheme to defraud creditors is a crime and properly subject an attorney to disciplinary action. So that's what the fuck these motherfuckers are doing. They're already defrauding. They're defrauding already on your on when they send you a bill. So you already defraud me and committed a crime because you sent my shit to a third party that I didn't give consent to, assign my name on this shit. So like I said, these motherfuckers think they just get away with this shit. And they try to tell you, we send this to a lawyer. I didn't consent to none of this shit. What the fuck are you doing? The Lawyers Code of Professional Responsibility promulgated by the New York State Bar Association similarly provides the lawyer shall not console or assist the client in conduct that the lawyer knows to be illegal or fraudulent. I have spoken with an attorney in California who specializes in representing attorneys. And as I said, this shit, these motherfuckers just been breaking laws and they try to make this shit seem like, it's all good on their end. But like when you break, they try to make it like if you breaking the law about the threats and shit. You know what I'm saying? Because they think everybody just they look at everybody as being dumb and not really understanding the laws. So that's why they always trying to enforce this shit on it. Just like I said, this corporation has always been a fucking bully. And everybody be like, even like how people be like, well, I'm retired from service and this and that. Man, shit, fuck that shit. You supposed to be getting way more than that shit. You know what I'm saying? Even when they try to fix it with the people when they trying to get Social Security and shit, you getting a check with $1,500 or $2,000 a month. Are you fucking serious? Like these motherfuckers who committed all type of fraud and shit, making almost fucking what $50,000 to $100,000 a month? And you telling me that I done worked all my whole life when I'm my 50s and 60s, and I'm close to retirement. That's all the fuck I'm worth? Is that little bit of Trump change? Get the fuck out of here with that shit. You lost your fucking mind. I say this fucking corporation ain't shit. But I'm gonna stop right there. On that end. Like I said, I got the I see you on Littlefoot. That's what's up. Definitely, man. We gotta set that shit up. Definitely have no trust. That's what the whole thing should be about. Everybody setting up a trust. Cost you little to nothing. Littlefoot, you can put all your sneakers in your trust. The Littlefoot collection. And shout out my other infamous Ty. Yeah, most definitely on the foot. And don't forget, you can also put your children as an asset to your trust too. Put them in there. Yeah, infamous. We talking about I was talking about the U.S. codes doing a trust, setting up a trust. Basically saying you'll find your way for financial freedom. That's all it is. You do music and put your shit in the trust. Everything that you have, set up your trust. Do what you got to do. So hell yeah, Littlefoot. And then the thing about it is, even if she do know, she can't get control of it because you the head of the trustee. You had to add her to it. Yeah, but that's all the gems I'm gonna give y'all right now as far as me reading, because like I said, I'm gonna do a part 2 and a part 3 of this shit. So like I said, right now, I just want to open it up to anybody want to come on up and talk about it. Exactly. Sister Elizabeth, that's the best way. And now people don't even realize that shit. You get everything. every fucking thing. Oh, the process is not long at all. Like I said, you go to I'm gonna tell you again, like how you do it. You go to you gotta go to when the office is open tomorrow. You know, they open from IRS is open Monday to Friday, from I think 8 a.m. to maybe 9 p.m. some shit like that. But yeah, you can go to the site. You can call them up, or you go to the site. Now you go on the site, you go online. You can type in a description on the search bar. So you want to type in EIN or whatever, and then it's gonna give you the app. It's gonna say begin the application. It's for the employee, you know, for the employee identification number. It's gonna give you the options if you want to do it. Set up a business, set up taxes or something like that, or if you want to just do for the trust or the state. So you can go into your trust. You click on where it says do a trust, then it's gonna bring you to the next page. It's gonna give you the options if you want to make it irrevocable, revocable. I got the other options on there too, but I mean, you want to make sure you do a revocable because you can always go and change it afterwards. So once you click on that, you know it's gonna ask you for your you don't even have to, you don't even have to put your first name on the line. You can put your middle name. It already has your information because once you give you that, so you put your social security number on there, you know it's gonna pull that up anyway. So you do that, then it's gonna create the EIN number for you, and it's gonna tell you that you got this is your trust account number. You print it out, and they give you a little coupon that you got to just sign your name, and put the time that they can call you or whatever. Mail that off. But you don't even, like I said, you don't even have to go out there and buy no stamps or nothing. Just go to the Dollar Tree, Dollar General, Family Dollar Store. You got in your neighborhood, buy you some stickers, put on the seal up on the envelope, and put in God We Trust. They can't tell you no different. Hey, my familiar little foot.
Yeah. What's good, bro?
Shit, man, I'm feeling good. You know, trying to get the people to get this financial freedom and shit going.
That's what I love to hear. You know me. You know me, bro. I'm all about financial freedom and getting off these chains and these whips. Even though we don't feel it cracking on our back, it's there.
Yep, yep. I posted a link for this book called The Redemption Man, and it tells you like all the secrets and shit, you know, about the trust and the banking system too. So I got another book too, another PDF called The Banking Code. How you go into the bank and talk to that little banking lingo with these motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then I had another PDF talking about got all the different US codes, all this other shit, the cancellation of debts, all this shit.
Nice, bro. That's what I love to hear right there. Financial freedom, bro. Ever since I started my business and that shit started booming, and that's, bro. You know me, man. Like this is I love this shit. I love to hear this shit, and this is what a lot of
Yeah.
people should be really paying attention to. Start move. Start getting assets because a lot of
Yep.
people don't have assets. Stop worrying about buying the weed, about buying Dutches, about save your money, accrue assets, get a trust fund. Learn how to navigate in that world because once you learn how to move money around, you learn how to be wealthy, not rich, wealthy.
Yep.
And that's what you want to be. This is not about being rich. This is about being wealthy. This is about leaving behind a legacy, something that ties to your great grandkids. Yeah, we still spending great grandpa's money. That's what I want to leave for my generation.
Big
Assets that they
facts.
can achieve money off of.
Big facts. You know, that's the only way. And I tell people that, people say I can't have this, I can't have that, but you can have anything you want. You can't stop me from that. You know, and it serves you doing for somebody. You go just write up a receipt. Like I say, if you go and if you fix somebody here on the side, write up a receipt for that shit. That's a service. Get your shit back. You can have your mechanic, even your mechanic. You got a personal mechanic that just fixes your shit. you can put them under your trust. You get them have access to some type of shit. You know what I'm saying? All this shit, man. It's like there's so many ways around things.
Mm-hmm. So many ways, so many ways, so many ways. There's so many ways that they try to fuck us that we
Mm-hmm.
just gotta learn how to play the game. That's all it is, and play it back. And you won't lose because you're allowed to.
Yep.
That's the thing. People think that this is for big businesses, for white people only. No, file the paperwork, set the motions, do what you gotta do. You're gonna get accepted. You're gonna get through. I got through.
Yep.
Like, we need this. Good shit, bro. I like this.
Yeah. And I just started like I already had one business already. And it's like I use that as my computer tech business, but now I created two more businesses, and I'm still trying to up in the air what I want to do with them, but I already formed it to the point where I got one I put it as a non-profit. So now I'm gaining. I can get all kind of business credits, all type of shit coming to my shit now. And all I gotta do
Mm-hmm.
now is you go set my shit up with the bank. And the bank, like I said, I don't want any checks or whatever I get. I want that shit I want that shit directly towards me. I don't want the bank having no access or that or depositing anything getting access to my accounts.
Facts. Facts. That's exactly how it should be. I got it set up the same way. Ain't no bank touching my shit. It got nothing to do with the bank. Nothing. I don't need the bank. That's one thing we got to learn too. For certain things, we don't need the bank.
Mm-hmm.
Don't use them because you will get fucked.
Yep. Big time. And I'm like I say, I don't even fuck with them on the big ones. Like I said, I stick with a credit union. But even still, it's like to a point like I don't still trust too much trust them either. I
Oh
really want to
man.
the point where I don't want them to deal with none of my shit.
Yep. Yep.
Because why the fuck if you go into the bank, you saying I want to get 5,000 or $6,000 out of my fucking account, I gotta go through all this shit. You know what I'm saying? You want to know what I work, who I work for. You know what I'm saying? All this other
Yep.
bullshit. But
You gotta
yeah,
ask permission for your money.
right. But yeah, you could have all these other people go and make these big old purchases and stuff like that without being questioned. Like how they would say that Elon Musk when they say he made up talking about he made a purchase on Twitter, which I knew was a lie anyway, but
Yeah.
he spent all this fucking money. So what was the bank? What banking system he was with that he could go and make this big old transaction that he couldn't? You gotta why he didn't have to go through the process of taking such a large sum of money out like that.
Hmm. Like they restrict you where you can only transfer about up to $10,000 for personal checkings account. It's like, well, if I have more than $10,000, and if I want to transfer it, fuck you. Like, what do you mean this is my limit when I have more? Bitch, why the fuck you got a limit? But you got all
Mm-hmm.
these big ass purchases using these big banks. Or, fucking Bank of America bought 100 million, all these banks and spend $100 million. Who swiped that debit card? Who approved that transaction that can go through? Why can't we do it? Like,
Exactly, and that's why whenever I make a purchase now, I don't even put nothing as a debit. Everything always as a credit.
mhm, always. You should never use debit. You should use debit to pay your credit. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you murder the system. You use your debit to pay your credit, and you will see that you will actually have way more access to money. I'm talking about way more access to money when you do that.
Yep.
It's fucking mind boggling.
Hell yeah.
People think that, oh no, I should only use a couple dollars on my credit card, and for I should just use it for gas, and just pay the $20 a month. No, why isn't your phone bill, your light, all your fucking little shit, monthly shit going to your credit card, and you just pay it all at the end of the month off your debit?
Mm-hmm.
you will see that your credit starts jumping fucking 20 points a month. And then boom, now your credit limit is 50K.
Shit, no lie, my shit been jumping from like when it started where it was, and now my shit done kind of skyrocketed up. But at the end of the day, it's like, then you gotta also learn to stop using your social for everything, because the social is like a personal credit card.
Yep.
And it's discrimination. And they even asking you for that shit, or even if somebody you try to apply for a credit card and they turn you down, that's discrimination right there. You follow discrimination paperwork on this shit.
Yep. That's a fact.
There's so many ways to skin the cat.
That's a fact. I can't front. Bitcoin helped me with a lot of it.
Hey, you see, you like the Bitcoin shit, man. That shit another shit. It's just to put in your fucking trust.
Mm-hmm.
If that shit works for you. Otherwise, I can't. I'm like, I put my vehicle, like I said, I'm putting the value of what I think my vehicle is worth. If I want to say if it's worth 40,000, it's worth 40,000.
Tal Brown, if you're building a business, yeah, you need your Duns and Bradstreet number.
Yeah, but like I say, you can call, and that's why I said I'm thinking about calling one of my businesses a church.
You know, it's funny. My cousin was thinking about doing that, fucking making a random church of, and this is funny, of cars. I was like, "Well, you have a church of fucking mechanics and shit." He's like, "Yeah, because I get fucking mad crazy credit." I was like, "You right,
Right.
you
But
right.
the
You
other
get
thing, the
mad
church,
grants and shit."
in the church is us anyway.
Mm-hmm. Shit, you get more access to money. That's where we at in the world today. You know, it's it's about credit, man. It's not about fiat. It's not about
Mm-hmm.
fiat anymore. It's about credit. It's about what your assets are. What are you worth? Your debt to income. You know, you never want to.
Yep.
Well, it's gonna be in this world. Your debt to income is your debt will always be higher than your income unless you're a fucking millionaire. But you kind of want to keep that close because that's how you attain more credit. That's why you need, not only one stream of income. In order to be really successful, you need about 5 streams of income,
Mm-hmm.
and that's
But don't
something
they
that
say?
you.
Oh, I was about to say, but don't they say like on the back of the dollar, they say everything is ran into a private sector?
Yes, sir. And what's that private sector? Who's private that nobody can touch?
Shit, that's your trust, and that's us.
There you go.
Yep, we gotta
There
stop making
you
everything
go.
public.
Hmm. That's why I don't talk about a lot of shit on here.
Yep.
Mm-mm. Not everybody can
Like,
know where to.
that's why they say, like, man, why is you wasting all your time going to school for all this shit for business degree, or going to school for real estate and all this other shit? All you gotta do is pick up a book and read the same shit.
Yep. Yep. Like I was when my kids were down here, I was talking to them. I was talking to them. I was like, "You guys, do you think you guys really want to go to college?" They were like, "Well, yeah, mommy wants us to go." So, well,
Mm-hmm.
you don't have to waste 4 years in one institution.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have to be that way. There's many ways to be successful in whatever you want to do, but you don't have to waste all that time.
Right. And and the other thing is too, a salute OG.
You, big bro in the building, showing us his ceiling. Nice ceiling.
Grand Rising, everybody. Much love, much respect to everybody.
Grand
I'm here
Rising, bro.
listening there.
And you know, next thing is too, like people want to get upset at these fucking Disney characters and Sesame Street characters. Hey, start your own shit.
Yep.
You worried about catering to some other businesses, and you got the knowledge and the skills to go and create your own fucking business. You start your own Disney World, start your own Sesame Street shit, set that up for your children.
Yep.
It should be so pointless. A lot of stuff people just be wasting time on, but you would put more effort into just doing shit on your own.
But that you know what that is? That's that what it always fucking goes right to. That's that I'm waiting for a savior.
Yep.
I'm waiting for somebody to come and take care of me. Fuck that. Do it yourself.
Yep.
You got an idea, put it in motion. That's all. Do it yourself. I didn't figure out doing it myself till I was 33. Everybody has their time, but do it.
Yep. That's why I'll be like, man, niggas be sitting on here getting married to OG, talking about because he getting his money and shit from the government and shit. Man, you fucking earn this shit. You supposed to get way more than this shit anyway.
Facts. And the thing is, unless you're out here hurting somebody, nobody should be checking nobody's pocket on how they're getting their paper.
Exactly.
It's of nobody's interest how anybody get money unless somebody's being hurt for that money.
Exactly.
Y'all said something real key that I wanted to touch base on. You know, them assets. Basically, I own one of my properties in the beginning. You know, paid it off. I end up going to the bank, borrowing 85% of the value of my property.
Mm.
And I end up buying another property with that money. That's how you make your assets work for you.
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
It's like if you own your crib, say you buy a house for $125,000. You know, you pay cash for that house. Turn around, go to the bank. Now you want to borrow 85. You can borrow with a home equity loan. You can borrow up to 85% of that. Instead of, like I said, instead of spending that money, I reinvested and bought another property. Now, basically, I borrow 85% off of say 125,000. I use 87, 88,000 and buy another property. Now I have a second form of income coming in just from that initial asset. And that's how you build wealth. And you can keep going on that. I had a buddy who had 10 properties. He refinanced or home equity with, I think, all of them, but not all at one time. And basically rent the property out, and now your tenant is paying back your loans, and you're still making profits. There's so many ways to make a profit out here. Y'all got it.
And your credit is gonna be sky high.
Yep. And you can tell once your shit set up the way your credit is, and that limits you can get anything. But at the same time, I still don't even have to use my credit or use my social for anything. I could use my EIN for anything that I need. Make purchases with.
Yep. That's a fact. That is a super fact.
And that's what, like, at first I was just so, how they would say, I couldn't really like understand that shit about the trust shit. And I kept like, how the hell I put this together? How the hell you do this? But then it's like, I just kept hearing, when you start hearing shit over and over, repeat it, and then it's like, damn, I'm getting this shit in my head now. So now I know how to do this shit now. I could go and set up multiple trusts, multiple businesses, and do whatever the fuck I want with this shit. If I want to say I want my shit to be, shit, what coffee shop. I want my shit to be a mechanic shop. I could call it whatever the fuck I want. Nobody can tell you what you can't do with your own shit.
Yep. That's a fact. Super fact. So I tell people, get your businesses, get your LLCs, set your shit up, man.
Yep.
Diversify your income.
You do it as a sole proprietor too. There's so many different ways you, let me see, you can set your shit up.
Yep. This is what we need, more streams like that, teaching people how to move their money around, doing it the right way.
Yep.
It's about investing and thinking about the now, Yeah, I have mad pairs of sneakers, but that was, years ago. I just take care of my shit, so I still have all my fucking sneakers. Is that something I'm doing now? Hell no. This year I've made more money than I've ever made in my entire life. But do I need to go and buy another pair of 50 sneakers? No. Why am I going to spend so much money when I can put that back in so that next year I triple what I did this year?
Facts.
But everybody's worried about the now, about next week, next month. Nah. Yo, 365 days go by fast.
Mm-hmm.
It's about the long run. People got to learn how to set 2-year plan. And then after the 2-year, what's the 5-year? What's your 7-year plan? And what's your 10-year?
Yep.
Because if you're a parent, by the time you look up, your kid's 18 years old.
Yep.
And in those 18 years, you had the time to build something.
Hell yeah. Cause like I see now, I'm starting to see people come up with these GoFundMe pop-up shops, but I'm like, man, fuck that shit. Man, if your child got a talent, man, just create their business for it.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect time when they 13, 12, 13 years old, shit. And they become young entrepreneurs right then and there. They ain't never got to work for nobody there in their life.
Facts. Yep. That's why my kids are part of my business. They own certain percentages.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm 51% owner. My kids are 49.
I was even saying if you gonna put your dog, your bird, your fish.
Well, this is for the business, not for the trust. The trust I have it. I have one trustee, but I don't want to name that name. I don't want to put that out there.
Mm-hmm.
But I have one trustee where I know this person, won't do me wrong. And then I have everything left, to the children in percentages.
Yep. Shit, hell yeah, mental ninja. Shit, I think even like last year, I think I made more than what I ever made too.
And to go back to what I just said too, I think it's part of a parent's duty if you do set up a trust and you have all these things and you're leaving certain things behind to your kids as they're growing up and they're coming of age. You want to sit down and talk to them about this and let them know what you're giving them. don't let it be a surprise, because things like that can split a family.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a lot of things you got to think about in a trust, not just what you're leaving behind. You know, how the family is going to be affected after you're gone.
Yep.
Because if you're leaving something like that behind, you know, it was yours all that time. You had everything set. You know, not everybody understands your mind, you know, a person's mindset when they're setting something like that up. So, you know, you got to have those conversations. Like my kids know I have things set up for them. But, you know, my daughter's 11, my son's going to be 8. Percentages don't matter right now.
Mm-hmm.
But they know that daddy has something in the works.
Yep. But you know, everybody else, it'll be like, oh, you gotta have a lawyer to do all this and do that. And don't even realize that you could just do this shit yourself. And this
You
is
don't need a
why,
lawyer.
and that's the thing. Like I was raised by, you know, my people's like, well, we never, I never do the will and all this other stuff, so we never knew that. You know how to do all this stuff. Gotta hire lawyers and cost all this and that. I swear I was like, you know what I'm saying? I was really just believing to that point where I really just couldn't do none of this shit. But like I said, once you start reading into this shit and start understanding that, damn, you know, this could have been done since I was a child. But then it's
Mhm.
like, now I'm just like, I done opened the floodgates and open. So now shit is like, I'm just like non-stop all into this shit. So it's like, it's all off me fucking, my time is just, my free time is just all into this fucking trust shit. Learning about everything, how you add to it, reading about all this shit going on.
Facts. Facts. That's where it's at. Financial literacy, man. The one thing that's not taught in school, financial literacy. We learn all that bullshit for what? I don't fucking use calculus right now.
Nope.
I'm not using trigonometry. I'm learning what I learned in the fucking first grade, in kindergarten. 1 plus 1 is 2. Now, how do you make 2 to 4? You got to somehow find 2 more. How we make 2 more? Find another stream of income.
Mm-hmm. And they took and then another thing they took out of the schools, they took the civics out of that shit because that was teaching you about economic and shit.
Yep.
And then a lot of people like, well, I can't. A lot of people like, I don't even understand how to do coding and shit and things like that. And when you setting up your YouTube channel, you doing all kind of shit right now. Man, you coding. I had to
Mhm.
sit back. And I'm like, I mean, I know I do crystal my overlays and stuff like that, but then it's like I sat back. I started looking at some shit I was doing. Like I made this shit right here, and I'm like, damn, I've been coding myself.
Yep. That's a fact. That's a super fact.
Like I'm getting back to the way I used to be doing things. And when I had my space and all this other shit, so like it's like I tell people it's like we not. I don't even personally see it as a way of saying you going to a future. You really going back into the reverse because now you starting to get back into the basics of everything that the ancestors was doing, and now it's just coming down on us that we, by us being the ancestors, but we are, what I'm saying, we are leaving this legacy right now. We are, doing things that they couldn't finish right now.
Facts. We just gotta continue learning. Continue learning. It's not
Mm-hmm.
all day. We gotta be worried about flat Earth and what's going on in the media, and let's sit and talk about it. And now, what are we doing to get to get money?
Yep.
What are you doing to protect your money? Why are we continuously waking up every day to go get a check that's signed by somebody else.
Mm-hmm. And that's crazy because people go to these jobs and they really believe that they gotta kiss this boss ass. They feel like, oh, he writes my check, but no, he don't. The check comes from the trustee board. So he's not. It don't even matter if his name and his last name is on this shit. It's still a board of trust. He's still an employee of that trust. So he is not the one writing that check for you. But they feel like they're so obligated that this person held something over them, and that's why I be laughing. I'm like, I tell people, it's like I don't I don't let nobody put anything over me. You cannot hold nothing over me. Money, money does not. I do not slave for money. Money works for me. So I'm not about to be out here breaking my neck, trying to get this and get that. You know, saying like, "Oh, I'm struggling to take care of this." No, I don't believe in this shit because I believe whatever I need is gonna come when I need it.
Facts.
And that's something key, my brother. What you just said is key. And that's why I go hard against the school system and this education system, because they won't teach what you just said in the education system. Make your money work for you, not you work for your money. I've been practicing that for the last 30 years. You feel me? With
Mm-hmm.
multiple incomes.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the key. Once we learn how to, even if you have to work for someone for a minute, work for them, stack your bread, then
Mm-hmm.
invest it in yourself and make your money work for you. Then that way you never have to go back to that employee. But the key word is perfect, my brother. That's all I wanted to touch on.
That's a
Yep.
fact. Like me, I still have a job. I still wake up every day and go to work. But I've generated multiple streams of income. And part of having this job that I have is part of my 5 year plan is to
Mm-hmm.
maintain this job for 5 years and I'm done. I'm not
Yep.
working.
Yeah, I don't punch in on the clock for nobody. But besides the fact that I do freelance type of work too, but I still can operate on my own time. And like I said, it's like I swear, it's like I don't even if I whatever I spend, the shit comes back double of what I spent it on because I'm not always looking for it. But then, like I said, it's like I look at whatever I'm purchasing, even like if I add access and stuff like that to it, but I'm still like in every form of the way because since I don't worry too much about any of that shit, and like I said, it just coming back automatic. Like I don't even like the shit come back so fucking fast. I'd be amazed. And it's like sometimes I just gotta watch the words I say because even when I say it, the shit just comes. Like sometimes some people might say, "Oh, it might take a week. It may take a month." Like with me, honestly, this shit will come within a couple of days or some shit like that. But it's like I said, it's like it leads me to the point of saying is that it doesn't. I don't have to worry myself and stress myself out. I can just sit back and enjoy myself, and I'm looking at how these people looking like they just worried about everything every fucking day, tired, this and that. I don't, I can't resonate with that.
Yeah, I feel, I feel you.
But definitely, like you said, we gotta learn that even outside of all the other teachers and stuff that we learning, we also have to learn too that regardless of what they're trying to implement and put towards everybody with the fear taggers and this and that. But yeah, we definitely at the end of the day, you gotta learn how to be self sufficient and self govern of yourself to take care of things. Outside of everything else they're trying to do towards you. You gotta have some type of foundation set for yourself. Regardless of how everything is going on, it still goes reverse back to you. It's all about me, myself, and I. At the end of the day, if I'm taking care of myself enough that I'm still relying on others to do something for me outside of things that I should be doing for myself right now. To the fact that I don't have exclude myself from all this shit that's going on because like I do right now, I can't even tell you what's most of the shit going on because I don't like somebody tell me what's going on about it, but I still it don't worry me because I'm like my mind is not on this shit no more because I know it's all fit tactics anyway, so I know what the fuck they trying to do. So at the end of the day, my focus is all about you know like you say having a plan set for the future.
Yep. Plans are important. Everybody wakes up every day and does the same shit over, and over, and over, and over. And next thing you know, 15 years went by and you're at the same job. 20 years go by and what the fuck did you do? And like you were mentioning earlier, what they're waiting for a social security check for them to
Yep.
determine how much you're worth. Fuck that.
Yep. I mean, I actually like tell everybody like, oh, they tell you that, oh, don't when you get as old as me, and shit, you start getting this and getting that from them, and then your body will start breaking down. I'm like, shit, my body ain't never gonna be nothing like how y'all are. I don't believe in doing that type of shit. I'm not gonna be slaving for nobody. Like all this information and talent and knowledge that I know, you a damn fool to believe that I'm gonna be sitting up here under somebody else's umbrella the rest of my life, worrying about some little ragged ass fucking checks that still ain't my work.
Facts. That's a fact.
Yeah, that's true. Aladdin said he created distractions to throw motherfuckers off of everything, self-elevating and sufficiency from the spirit to the physical. Exactly.
Manifest I will.
Yep.
That's it. Stop being scared. If anybody out there in the chat thinking about doing a business, doing this, do it. Stop thinking. Do it. Doors start
Yep.
to open up. Learn to navigate in the space. Ask questions. Look at videos. Don't let the fear slow you down or completely stop you. I was that person at one point, and I said, "Fuck it, I just gotta do it," and it worked out great. Gotta take that step headstrong. Go in, because if you're not gonna do anything 100%, don't fucking do it.
Yep. Thinking about doing a fucking clothing line. Shit, so easy. Get your print press machine, make your shirts, do your caps and shit like that. Get your own business logo. Buy you want make your own shoes and shit. Do the same shit. Start printing your logos on all your shit.
Facts. People could get an Amazon store. It's so easy to get an Amazon store.
Mm-hmm.
I have one. It's the easiest way to make money. You don't gotta do shit.
Getting business credits is all over the place. It's just so easy just to go. Damn, this shit is so easy just to do the shit you want to do, man. I'm like I said, I had to learn lessons I learned from that shit was that I always think the same way too. Like, oh, you can't do this, but then I got set back. I'm like, yeah, you can do whatever the fuck you want. How do wonder how these people doing this and doing that? You learn how business sense works. They say they all it's no there's never been a discrimination in business, never, and the shit has always been working the same way for decades.
Yep.
You see these businesses when these people get to the point where they didn't work enough and they decide that they want to go and change file a bankruptcy on this company and they just go and make a new one. And that's all it is.
Facts.
And let me say this, Brian. Tell
Mm-hmm.
people how I saved, close to $2,000 a month.
For switching to
You
Geico?
know, no, no, that was close. But moving out of these big cities tax you just for being a resident.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
My insurance went down. My shit, car insurance, the price of gas. I save so much money in so many different areas. Moving from Philadelphia to a smaller town, I'm gonna show you a big one I got rid of. I don't have a gas bill. In these cities, you have an electric bill, you have a water bill, and you have a gas bill. I got rid of my gas bill and my water bill, and about to get rid of my electric bill. In the
Mm-hmm.
country, we don't have no gas, so everything is electric. So you just have, like I said, really, I just showed three ways: by car, car gas, by insurance, and by like I said, in the city we pay a gas bill. Normally, your gas bill is one of your highest bill utilities,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
$200-300 a month.
Especially in the
I,
wintertime.
exactly, exactly. I say get out of them big cities, and move to the smaller towns, and I guarantee you, your life you're gonna save some money.
That's a fact. And I'm gonna piggyback you off that because when the whole pandemic bullshit happened and I stopped working in New York, I was looking where on the East Coast that's gonna be south that I can continue to make the same amount that I make in New York, but get less taxed. And the best place for me was Florida because I get 12% back of my personal income from working in taxes. Now, when you see that in salary range, that's enormous just by moving to a different state. Get out of the big cities, like OG says. You get taxed out the fucking ass. That's it. Y'all still there?
Yeah, I'm still
Yep.
here, brother.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
I thought I
Yeah.
fell off the panel. I was like, wait, my shit froze?
Yeah, I've been getting knocked out. I don't know. The reception down here is terrible. That's the only thing. The reception in the country is terrible.
Hey, OG, I found another it's another platform you can use too. It's like StreamYard. It's called EVMUX, and you can get up to like 12 people on the panel, and it gives you like a lot of different things you could do more than StreamYard too.
Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds good.
Yeah, but I think I think conscious moron he put me onto that shit, so I was kind of trying to do like a little test on that shit too. But yeah, it's it worked good. And then like too, when you put me on to that to your boss, I forgot his name, the one with the YouTube, how to create the YouTube content and shit. And I learned a lot of shit from him.
Yeah. Uh. Oh man, what's his name? Information Man.
Yep, I've been learning a lot of shit from him.
Exactly. Same here. How to grow your channel and do things within the perimeter of the what they got going on. How to maneuver. But yeah, big facts. That's why I started listening to him, and everything
Yep,
he basically, I implemented from him. Been working. Been working.
yep.
That must be nice for you motherfuckers, because YouTube hates me.
You YouTube number one most wanted.
Yeah, I'm on that hit list, man. I'm on the fucking hit list every week. Like, it's gotten to the point where oh fuck.
Well, you know why you got on that hit list, man. You know, talking about that jab.
Yeah, man. Even
That
before that
jab
shit
gonna
was
make you
even out.
exactly the number one enemy.
Yep.
Shit is crazy.
It is. Cause I went in Facebook jail or for Facebook over that shit. I was like, man, fucking, I ain't doing that shit no more.
I
And
deactivated my
fuck that.
Facebook last week.
I said, fuck that, man. You know, cause you seen my page. I got a lot of old motherfuckers. Man, they gonna do what they want to do anyway. They locked and loaded in this system. You know, so I'm like, shit. I'm gonna keep putting my shit on there about, NASA fake, that religion, all the crap about religion, and and motherfuckers ain't gonna listen. They locked and loaded, man. They stuck in it. They stuck in this realm of reality. With the indoctrination is the best way I can put it.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah, I got
I'm
tired of
I'm-
Facebook. I'm tired of seeing these motherfucking videos and shit.
Yep, I want to be on Facebook myself just for certain things. But I mean, like I even went to that's crazy. Like I went and visited NASA like a week ago, and I'm just walking in this place. I'm like, I started itching. I'm like, I don't like this fucking place. I said, why the fuck I gotta come over here anyway? I went in there. I was like, this shit is just crazy. How they still got these little goofy ass fucking globes and shit like that, and a little simulation spacecrafts. And they go
The
into
little moon
imaginary
rocks.
space. And so this lady asked me, she said, it's your first time here? I said, yeah. I said, I don't have no reason to come here. I'm a flat earther.
Shit. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I've been thinking about going to Cape Canaveral and starting some shit. Seeing what I can stir up before I get arrested. Them niggas don't fuck around. There was a video that was out a couple years ago. There was a flat earther who came to Universal Studios here in Florida, and there's a big ass globe that spins in Universal Studios by a waterfall, and he was questioning people there about the globe and shit, and fucking niggas head up, and they fucking called the cops on him and arrested him for trespassing. It's like, god damn, the man was just having conversations, and people were getting pissed. The Earth is not flat; it spins. How do you explain the seasons? That should be having me rolling when they say that shit. How do you explain the seasons? The sun rises. Shut the fuck up.
It's a spear.
Exactly. Use your brain.
Yep.
Not half of it, the whole brain.
How is the moon emitting light from the sun at night? Oh shit, bro. So wait, I could still see the whole moon, but only a little bit is lit up. So what? The light don't work that much? Get the fuck out of here, man.
Yeah, I remember when I took that field trip and we went to the planetarium, and they made us sit there and watch this video called Adventures in Space or Adventure in Mars or some shit. And lies to us about all the different planets and this and that. Yeah, you like the whole little, they did all the somatics, darkening the room up. They feel like he was in space with everything went black, the little stars and all this other shit. A little round globe. Yeah, like, play all type of games.
Let's go with the chatty patties. Hit the link. They're gonna be typing and shit. Come and talk about how you guys are seeking financial literacy. Any questions you guys might have. what we're here for, to share the information.
And
Learn.
I don't know if everybody know this too. Like when you working for your employee, and you can get your assets back for them because when they say federal withholdings and all this other shit, I mean, you can get all that shit obtained back.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like from all the jobs you work from your whole life, all that shit back.
Yep. And that's why it's good. You said you have a non for profit, right?
Yeah, I put my business as a nonprofit.
And that's good. You know why? Because now if you have another business, and you gotta move money around for tax purposes, for what whatever it may be, you just donate to your non for profit.
Exactly.
And you keep your fucking money.
Exactly. Man, that's another thing too, little. But I was like, I kept saying like, when you see these people, all TV like Salvation Army, and now you realize how these motherfuckers be like when they making donations and shit. Those motherfuckers getting that shit right back to themselves.
There
They
you
not
go.
they never was giving that shit to no children like they talk about.
Ah, hell no, bro. You go to those places, you gotta buy the clothes now.
Yep.
Shit ain't free.
Even at Goodwill, you gotta buy the shit.
Oh shit. But that's how the rich and wealthy navigate, and that's what we can do the same thing. Same
Mm-hmm.
thing. Oh man.
Shit too fucking easy.
Just takes a little learning. That's it. The will to learn will help you succeed. Everybody
That's how
took the
like
will to get woke.
and I think too, like how these even the sports players be like, I was donating to a charity of my choice. These motherfuckers just make up a charity.
Hmm.
They just they just make this shit up. But nobody
That's
go
like
back and do the research on this shit.
that's like when you go to the store and they be like, "You would you like to round up to the nearest dollar to donate to such and such?" I'm like, "Fuck that! I'm not paying your tax write off.
Right.
Suck my dick with that shit." Hell no. Oh, McDonald's donated $1 million to the Cancer Society. Wait, was that McDonald's or the would you like to round up money?
And isn't McDonald's the leading cause of people catching cancer eating their food too?
There you go. Uh, shit, shit is a fucking revolving door. But we can navigate in that space, and that's the general, you know, statement here that we can also do the same things and be
Mhm.
totally okay.
Keeping the government out your fucking business.
So, why do you think everybody was thirsty for Trump's tax papers? He's a fucking
Mm-hmm.
business. He has assets. You move your assets around to avoid taxation. That's what the wealthy do.
And he was an heir to his trust.
Thank you.
And Raphael, you hire a good accountant to make sure it is done.
Yes, yes. That's the one of the big things is getting a good accountant, one that won't fuck you and funnel your shit. Ah, come on, chatty patties. And motherfuckers got a lot to type.
Yep.
Yeah.
These YouTube streets been on fire lately. You know, these YouTube streets of fires with
Yeah,
chariots and shit.
period. I
Got
think
niggas
it's
on chariots in this
niggas
motherfucker.
hitting motherfuckers hitting menopause, bro. This shit is ridiculous. This shit is ridiculous, bro. Like ridiculous. The way motherfuckers been acting. Like fucking ridiculous, bro.
That's why I said the streets are on fire.
I lost respect for mad niggas. Fuck
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
Like I lost a lot of respect for a lot of people in these YouTube streets.
yeah. Like I said, I was just like, I just had to focus on the information. That's the only thing that makes me, that keeps me going because like, anything I get, I just feel like I gotta keep sharing this shit.
And like I always say, Raphael, not everybody invited to the barbecue or the motherfucking to get together. Not everybody invited. I've been saying that all along.
That's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
It's a selected few.
And there's a lot of people who think they invited.
Big facts.
Yeah,
We got the plates are numbered.
limited ticket.
Yep, word. Yeah, I got a wristband for you. Get your wristband. Shit. But yeah. I wonder what it is too, man. I truly wonder what it is. A lot of people show their true colors, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell the people this right here too. Like, you know, dealing with the vehicle. Now, most people like, after you get a, I think a lot of people saying different ways of how you could do it. If you go to a dealership and you was to try to purchase a car, and I heard stories of some people saying that, I want to make a purchase within the trust on a few vehicles, and how they go and just write the EIN numbers off the, the VIN numbers off the vehicles, and then put the use the 1099B or the 1099A, and you put that submit that in your trust, and I think you gotta wait maybe like 30 days or some shit like that, and then the money will come for it. But then another person was saying some shit like, once you make a purchase, you make that first initial car payment on it, then you don't have to, you can do the form of not having to pay anything else on this shit.
Yeah, that's true. That's true too. Like my car is under my business name
Mm-hmm.
because it's not a car that I'm keeping.
Mm-hmm.
When I get the car, I don't want to say what I want to get because I don't want y'all to think I'm fucking egotistical, but manifest that will, right? That's what we're here for.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So when I get my shit, that's what's gonna go in the will because that's what's gonna be an actual asset because of the price of the vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
So I just paid it. I bought my car outright through the business. That was it. Brings my business credit up higher. That's it. And what that ultimately does as well is bring down my debt to income on my personal credit.
Mm-hmm.
So now when I start buying property, I'll get the loans faster. No issues. It won't be that debt to income because that's the major thing in getting loans is debt to income.
Exactly. And they can get the loans by even have to pay that shit back.
Yep, that's a fact. Yep, that's the thing. Everybody's like, "Oh, I didn't get approved." Man, it's your debt to income.
Mm-hmm.
Learn how to generate more streams of income, and you will see your credit go up or build your credit.
Yep.
And that's it. If you got to get yourself a little $200 charge card, build your credit up. Max that shit out fucking every week. Pay it off every week, and you see what the fuck happens in 6 months.
Yep.
Next thing you know, you got $1,000 card. You do the same. And in 6 months, you
Yeah,
should went up to 5
I think the most they give you on the cards is like up to 2,500 or some shit like that.
on a charge card. Yeah. Oh no, actually no. You can. Well, depending what credit company you're using,
Oh,
because I know Capital One. I think you can put up to 5 grand on a charge card, but that's OD. You don't got to do that. I would tell anybody put what your monthly expenses are on your charge card, if you could do that,
gotcha.
so that you can now, after using your charge card off your debit, your fiat, pay what you were already going to use anyway. But that's how you
Mm-hmm.
build your credit.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that's like what Cherokee said. Yeah, you don't have to put a down payment on the cards against the law for them to ask for it. Is it? Yeah, that's true because even when they asking you for your social security number when you go to the dealership, that's a discrimination because you're not supposed to have. You're not supposed to ask me for that shit. I didn't give you permission to go and do a credit check or submit my shit to all these different people. So yeah, you definitely. That's one thing you're not supposed to get into.
Yeah.
And it should never take you no 5 to 6 hours in the dealership to get a damn car. That's ridiculous.
Hell no. Hell no. Fuck that.
Yeah, what like you mess with credit unions. What I've done in the past, and basically, I've been dealing with credit unions for the last 30 years. I've been left banks alone. I would basically, go to my credit union, let them know I wanted to buy a car, and
Mm-hmm.
basically, that way I controlled the APR that they was giving me, and basically I would get, a pre-approved check written from the credit union for the amount of the car. So when I go in, I don't have to get them my social security number. I don't have to get them nothing. I'm giving you a check for this amount for the car I want. And that way I control my APR when I ran my deal with the bank, with my credit union rather. So I don't, when I go get cars, I don't, they don't get my name. They don't get my information. I got a check right here. I want this car right here for this amount.
Yep.
And
Yep.
I didn't see where a $30,000 car, I got a $25,000 check. They gonna kick that five because they want that 25,000 check.
Mm-hmm. Could check this OG. That's just what I was saying. Like how you go, you have your own trust and stuff like that. How you go and do the form for it, and you will wait and whatever. Even if you want to buy this, who,
Yeah.
so
Say
you want
even
to
if
buy this.
the car was 28,000 and I got that $25,000 check, you think they let? Man, go ahead, Brian. I ain't mean to cut you off.
And I was about to say, and then even if the car is $50,000, $100,000, shit, you go put that shit in your truck, get that check, and then go right to them. But at the end of the day, the only reason why they try to scam people with a down payment is because they're trying to get commission. That's all the fucking that shit is. Because as soon as they get the cars on the lot, the cars already paid for. So the
Paid for,
dealership,
yeah.
yeah, the dealership doesn't even have ownership of none of those cars. They have zero ownership of them cars. And then they'll force you to tell you that you got to pay insurance on shit, but the state already has that insurance on any vehicle that you're using. So if I put my vehicle in my business name, register into my business name and everything, I still don't have to put insurance on it because I'm traveling. I'm not driving recklessly, so I'm not injuring anybody. So even if I did get into an accident, I still have my business will take care of the funding of anything that needs to be done for it. But that's like I'm saying, that's the shit that they don't want to tell you when you're doing shit like that. You can even go like you can even do business directly with the manufacturer itself. If you wanted to just say, I want to go buy this car and I don't want to deal with the dealership, because all the dealership doing is also they charging you for the shipping fee, freight fee and all this other shit. But I could go directly and deal with the manufacturer. It might cost a little more, but I'm going directly with them. I could cut out the dealership to the point where I don't even have to worry about getting a plate from them. The plate could come directly on my registration and stuff. I can get all that directly from the car company itself, send it directly to me. So I'm not even putting them involved. Now, yeah, you never heard of that, Littlefoot?
Oh shit, I didn't realize I was on mute. I'm over here talking to myself and shit.
Yeah,
But yeah,
cause
no, yeah.
yeah, cause I was like, you go directly with them. Like even like if you want to change, like I was saying, you can change your shit. All you do is call the car manufacturer and tell them that I want to send me a registered plate. You know, a registration that's directly from them. So that automatically takes out, removes your shit from the state. So you can automatically sign your shit over to your business.
Mm, yep. That's all we gotta do. We just gotta file the right paperwork. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's how we navigate. Filing the right paperwork gives you access to all that in that space. What are you gonna do to prevent forest fires?
Cause like they say, all the bank and all they trying to do is just get rid of the debt anyway. So they going to do business so they can get a relief off of them. So they can push that shit on other people. But they still, like they said, they still playing fraud because there is no debt. There is no you don't owe a debt to anybody.
Exactly. But that's why they hit you with that fear tactic to make you think you do.
Mm-hmm. Don't get you into make sure y'all sign up for the first buy your home program and all this other shit. You know, and then make sure you get all your credit fee this way and that way, so you can get this house and shit like that. Now you go right there on the HUD foreclosure home site and find them houses that's on sale. Shit, it's little or nothing. Man, you got your trust and shit like that. Your shit set up, man. Put that shit in there.
Right.
Get your house.
Facts. That's a fact.
I love this shit they were saying like this banker code. I don't know if it's gonna let me send the whole PDF file, but I probably just have to send the text to y'all. Shit, hopefully I can try to send it to people, but it's a long file.
Mm.
That's when you gotta use the email. You can put them
Yep.
emails on them long files.
Yep. And this shit true what they saying. They say the average person is playing in a game they don't even know exists. Sadly, they're losing that game too. This reminds me of the science fiction movie The Matrix, where the main character in the movie Neo is introduced to the truth about his world by shedding light on the dark secrets and that troubled him for so long. You felt in your entire life that there's something wrong with the world. You don't know what it is, but there's like a splinter in your mind driving you mad. Ultimately, Morpheus illustrates to Neo what the Matrix is, a reality beyond reality that controls all their lives in the way that Neo can barely comprehend. And that's exactly what the fuck they doing. They've been doing to us our whole life.
Yep. That's a fact.
You make me really feel like if I do something that's against the law. I'm like I had to try to break down with mandates, and the difference between mandates and laws was to my auntie, because she kept trying to tell me we went to a restaurant and when somebody had to force you to wear a mask. I said no. I said you realize mandate is not a law, and they do not operate, and they understand the difference of how a private business operates versus a public business. I think, but do you still understand that I can still file a lawsuit against this business because you're discriminating me from coming into your business for something that you don't even have written? So who wrote this stating that I have to comply to wearing a mask on my face entering into your business? Who was the representative that said that? Do you have anybody that wrote that? And who's trying to enforce it? Where's your manager written signature enforcing this stuff too?
Facts. That's how you do it.
Hey, Brian, but it's sad because if say you going to a restaurant, you still gotta take your mask off to eat, but you gotta wear it to come into the door. You know what I mean? That shit is hilarious. It's past
Exactly.
common sense.
I just walk right in, and I be waiting for somebody to tell me so.
That was like in Disney World. You were able to walk around without a mask, but if you got online, you had to put on a mask. What? So I can walk side by side all day, but as soon as I get online, side by side, I had to throw on a mask. Nigga.
Yeah, I'm retarded. They salute smoke signal.
Smoky smoke.
Was good, smoke.
Salute, salute. You know, from traveling to and fro in the YouTube streets, going up and down in them, right? I wasn't talking to you, ignorant ass nigga. I'm online right now. Anyway, you pick up on the chatter, right? This or that. What I come to find is you pay a little attention instead of always engaging in the conflict. You stand and learn a thing or two. But I've been paying attention to old Ralph up there because he been busting moves. He been keeping that shit in the shadows though. Now you gonna have to bring that shit to the forefront. Niggas is getting hungry out here. I'm laying right there. Y'all go ahead.
I'm an open book, man.
Yep.
There's so much opportunity out here. We just gotta take it. That's all we gotta do is take it.
Hey, I do shadow work, right? You know,
Mm-hmm.
cause I'm a I'm a staunch advocate of the street hustle, right? So all my work is done in the shadow. Anything I do in the public domain is basically just in and out visitations, right? I don't engage in any of the status quo right? Any of the status quo curriculums I find myself not really participating in or partaking in by any means, just strictly on some street shit. But I do understand concepts. But every time I go to try and apply the concepts, I run into forks in the road. Sometimes it be complete roadblocks. These are the instances where I be needing to gain a little clarity, right? Because I hear about the paperwork and the financial literacy, what have you. But making the applications is where I find the complications at. So I just usually stick to the street shit. But y'all go ahead.
It's
Smoke.
just
So you,
about
yeah,
okay,
go ahead,
okay.
bro.
Yeah. Wait, no, you go ahead.
I was about to
Feedback
ask
or
him like, so Smoke. I mean, you like still in the process of trying to like. I mean, you were saying in the chat, you was trying to say somehow you was trying to practice on trying to do a trust. But I mean, is that something that you want to be doing soon, or you still just kind of like waiting to get all that shit together?
Not so much that I'm discouraged by the verbiage and the language of it all. It's understanding the format, right? The format is where I always seem to find my difficulties at, right? The particular articulation of the lettering and the wording when you're dealing with these agreements, whether they be trust or contracts. Seem, that's where I'll be baffled at. Because I never get clarity on as how to operate, with these business formats. Like Balance Truth said, there's always be some red tape, some unexpected ass red tape that you run into to be predicated upon this one particular thing that's you find is not available to you at the moment, right? There's always this one particular thing that you find you don't have the availability for to continue the process. And that's where I usually find myself at.
Yep, shit, that makes sense. Hey, y'all go hold it down right quick. I'm about to I'll be back.
there you go, dipping.
Yeah, we got you, brother.
Let me find out he got something thick over there in the cut.
She like, hurry up, man. I've been here for like 2 hours.
Yeah, but it's all good though, man. We got to find our way out of this old tangled ass weave that the occupiers been. This tangled ass web that the occupiers been weaving, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, look at it like this, right? You know, there's not gonna be any new laws created to make it easier for anybody, or that's we're gonna get back more money, anything like that. So why don't we just play the same game that they play? That's all we gotta do. It's just setting everything up correctly. Get a business, put it in a trust fund, continue to build assets. You know, um, get insurance. Set up insurance policies. You can have a business, and you grossed 100,000. Put 25,000 of that into an insurance uh, thing and let it grow for 5 years. And then when it comes out, put that right back in your business. There's a lot of ways to do it, but everybody wants the right now. You got it's about the setup. Without the setup, you don't get the right now, and the right now is not supposed to be right now. It's supposed to be in a couple of years, so you can enjoy that right now. Make sense?
Yeah, I caught when you said enjoy. Yeah, enjoy always makes sense to me.
This motherfucker.
Okay, but this where I be stuck at, right? When it comes to playing the game, I don't have no problem with playing the game as long as the rules apply to everybody, right?
They
If the
do.
rules apply to right, if the rules apply to everybody, I have no problem playing the game. But when you find yourself having to, let's say, sacrifice more than somebody else who's already been initiated as a player in the game, and you like a rookie, right, entering the game, not really comprehending what rules you can break being or what rules you can't break or being at all, right? Because you don't be privy to all that information until you try and usually fail with the attempt. Not that I be discouraged, because I ain't really scared of shit. But I've seen plenty of examples of people who've tried and failed utterly, even though they already been placed in the game, trying to win successfully, applying the damn rules. So what you say about that?
I say credit doesn't have a color, and the way to play the game is with credit. That's the game here. Is credit. Now, in order to attain the credit, we got to build the credit. That's where I agree with you that, you know, we're not given the same cards. We're not given the same playing field. Why? Because, we have different backgrounds from a lot of different people who can have that good credit when they're young. But I didn't understand none of this shit for the last 2 years is when I really been delving into a lot of things. And that's when I really understood that credit is everything in America. And that number doesn't have a color. It's just a number that shows up on a freaking screen that's not even computed by a person. It's your loan decision. There's not somebody sitting at a computer saying when your name pops up and says, "Oh, yeah, he might be good." Nah, that's just automated. And the automation is, did you reach that credit level number to get a loan, to do this, to do that, to sign for the car, to get to the house? That's all it is. And it's building credit first opens the door to everything else. Because if you build up your personal credit, now open up a business, your business bounces off your credit. Now your business is going to get more credit now. It's all credit. That's all it is.
Now, as far as establishing credit, coming from humble beginnings, right? Which basically coming from a place where credit isn't even discussed as a topic within the household or the location or wherever you find your dwellings or abode at, right? Because we don't discuss credit in my circle. It's foreign, it's a foreign idea. Credit cards may be mentioned, but those are usually burnt out.
Hey, Smoke.
Right.
Hey, Smoke. You said them, them, uh, them credit is like an alien in the hood. We don't know nothing about them motherfuckers.
Nah,
Man, what?
credit is
Right,
what they
that's
get at the
that's
store, nigga. That's what that is.
right. Like our credit really consists of debt notes. And come to find out that's not really credit at all, right? But that's what credit look like where I'm from.
And
Credit just look like right. Credit just look like something a nigga owe you.
that's it. Yo, you owe me $5. You owe me a
Hey,
20.
Right, me, right. That's what
hey,
credit look like in my
hey.
circle.
And I agree.
Sometimes,
That's how it was in
hey,
my circle. But
sometimes credit is, you holding their EBT card. It's credit too.
For sure. That's our limit, right? That's my limited scope on credit, right? As far as this other credit debt system, man, that shit is foreign to me, bro. Like,
and it was foreign to me as hell too. I ran all my life fucking up my credit, bro. I don't care about credit. Fuck credit. That's how it was back then. But with everything that's been, has happened the last couple of years, I've been delving more into it, and the access to anything that you want in America is going to be with credit. It's the only way. You can have a shitty ass credit score and say you want to put $20,000 down on a $30,000 car. You're not going to get that car. Why? Because that credit number got submitted to a computer, and that algorithm is going to decide whether you're going to get the car or not. And because that credit score is low, whether you have 20 stacks in the bank to put down, the computer's going to tell you no. It's going to spit that back out into a paper, and the car salesman's going to say, oh, we can't do it. So it's all about the credit number and building it, which I didn't learn. I was, like I said before, I was 33 years late. 33 years late to the credit game. But guess what? The beauty about credit is that it's never too late. It's never too late to fix your credit or start your credit.
Salutes.
Salute, and it's real simple.
What's my balance?
I mean, I could teach y'all how to repair y'all credit in about 20 minutes. What's good, balance? You got it.
Big
I
shout
can
out
show
to We
y'all
Are Awake
rather.
News TV. Much love, bro. He's in the chat.
Salute, balance. Salute, we awake.
Much love,
Yeah.
everybody in the chat. Much love, everybody on the panel. Go ahead, balance.
So I think we come from a place where we already exercising our credit, so we forget about the people who are trying to establish it. And just to explain what it is just the payment history on paper. That's all credit is, for real. And I mean, the scores, the score is just like an imaginary thing, because some people just born with a score that we ain't privy to. But you got to start somewhere. So I mean, everybody like from the street know, like, if you just pay for everything with cash, ain't no history of that shit. So that don't really help you. But why the rappers buy chains and all that shit is because it's an automatic payment history. That's the way to start. If you wanted to start that way, there's different ways to do it, though.
Yeah, that make a little sense.
Yeah, that's a good point, because that what Balance is saying, because people think just because they see the rapper with $100,000 in cash and they're at the jewelry store, that he's really paying cash for that. No, that nigga got a credit card that's got a high ass limit, and that's what he's swiping on that bitch. He ain't gonna blow that shit cash.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask, like, so, like, your business credit is tied to your personal credit, but if you just wanted to go off your business credit, it don't have to be tied, because it's just an entity, right? You can
Yep.
create different entities of business.
Yep. And that's what's gonna lead you to having a corporation, which is why having multiple LLCs is key to for me, I say personally, to building good success and having multiple streams of income. Because if you have multiple businesses, now you can become an S corp, and that'll lead you to a lot more credit and a lot more avenues to go down, where you can build a lot more wealth. And now with an S corp, you now gain more value in your company versus having just a company. You have an S corp now.
And I think you can pay yourself through the S corp, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. That's the key when you're building all that stuff up. is to continue to have yourself as the employee, because that is not tied to you. Even though, yes, your credit is there, but you are an employee. And if something were to happen to the business goes down, not the employee. That's where the fine line of that separation, a lot of people need to understand. Because if somebody come in and takes the crib, takes the car, takes all my shit, all that shit's in my business name. So they can't touch my bank account. They can wreck the business bank account. But guess what? That wasn't my social on the business bank account. That was an EIN number on the bank account for the business. So I don't have to claim bankruptcy, but the business does. So I'm not affected. My personal assets aren't affected. My trust isn't affected.
See, that all sounds fraudulent to me.
But that's the navigation in business.
And the LLC is the limited liability corporation, so that means that it separates you from the business.
Yep.
That's your protection right there. It's like it's the legal way to be excluded from the fuckery.
Yep. There you go.
And that also protects you from people suing you also.
Because 50 Cent had a big case a couple years ago, and they sued Curtis Jackson. Guess what? Curtis Jackson doesn't have money. 50 Cent does. That entity, that LLC, that company of 50 Cent is the breadwinner, is the one who holds the account, not Curtis Jackson. So when you sue Curtis Jackson for $2 million and Curtis Jackson only makes, because his company pays him $50,000 a year, you think you're gonna get 1.2 million from Curtis Jackson? You see the trick? That's the navigation in the space. And that's all legal.
Right. That's what say that chick. What's her name? Tasha K or whatever.
Forgot.
When Carly B sued her ass,
Yeah.
she was lucky she was under a corporation.
Yep. You know, let's say fucking somebody, my business does a bad job or some shit happens and somebody wants to sue it. The business goes down. Fuck it. Start another one. Because you didn't go down. That's why those EIN numbers are important. Don't just have people come in a crib and you just braiding their hair and there's no receipt and there's no documentation. No, put that into a business. Open up the LLC and everybody comes. Even if it's just $50 and you're writing a $50 receipt because you braided somebody's hair, open up a business account. Put that money in the business. Grow the business credit.
It's no fear in business.
No. And the thing is too, what's the foundation of this fucking uh United States? Corporation, business. That's why all this business shit, you can get away with it because that's the foundation of this. That's why we can play the game.
Yeah, you gotta join them. Join the corporate. That's who they letting win.
You got to be realistic. We use the internet. We have cell phones. We buy things for the store. Yes, we're against the system, but we live in the system.
And it's easy, like when you're working with cash, to kind of make it work for you. Like all you got to do is just like use the credit card, pay the shit off, and it's going to keep boosting that shit up. It's just that we didn't know that. Nobody told us that. Like we had to go search for it, or hear the whispers to see what the fuck they doing.
That's a fact. And what a lot of people don't know, the better credit you have, the less you pay.
Hmm. Most
Ain't
of
that a
most of it is free. Like they give you a credit card for advertising for your business, like a bunch of write-offs or your trips, and you get points. You just you got to make it work for you.
yep, that's a fact. See, I travel a lot to New York to see my kids. That's under the business. That's a travel expense.
You can write it off.
Fuck that.
Yep.
And then you know about putting it in your trust and all of it. It's like you borrowing from yourself.
There you go.
Big facts. It
Then
bounce like I was saying.
you become the bank.
It bounce like I was saying. Like when people don't realize it's taking when you do anybody do a service for you, it don't matter what it is, they could just take that, write that out, do it as a write off, and send it to your trust, and you get that money right back.
And the banks don't like the trust because it's tax free.
It don't cost you nothing to start it either.
Say that again. What's free?
It don't cost you nothing to start it up at all. I was telling you, it's always free to go to the IRS site and get your EIN number. Any question that you got, they don't. You can sit on their phone and they explain everything to you because they work for you.
Damn, right, right. Oh, the EIN number. Okay. So what you doing? You trading your social in? You trade your social in for an EIN? Is that the process?
Yeah, you're gonna they generate an EIN number for you. Now, when you once you get that shit set up, then you can go. Like I said, you can go. They got another thing you can use too. It's called you can get a TIN number too. You can use a TIN instead of using your your social security for it. But you had to talk to them about that. But once you set that shit up, you get your business. You can take it and go and create a trust for your business too, and make it as a you want to do as a nonprofit or whatever the fuck you want to call your shit. And then that's why you can start you set your shit up to the bank, and then you can go start adding your assets to it. As I said, it don't cost you nothing to do that shit. And you give you like a little paper you gotta print out, send that off, write your name on it, and then set a time where they could call you so they could put you in the system for it. And that's it.
All right. Well, I got a question. Is there any way you can use fiat without it actually being equated to a debt note?
You say you can use fiat to do what?
You
I
got to
said, is
kind
there
of
any?
clarify your question.
Yeah.
I said, is there any way you can use fiat and not have it being equated to a debt note
But to what? Use fiat for what?
to purchase or to buy, sell, or trade?
Buy, sell, and trade. What? But I'm confused on the context of it.
Okay, you know how you go to the market, right? A mainstream market, and with the fiat, every time you make a purchase, you got to pay a tax, right?
Yes.
If there is a platform whereupon which you're not paying the taxes, is that fiat still a debt note?
It's always going to be a debt note because it's coming from the Federal Reserve.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was trying to figure out.
So it's always going to be debt. Always. Any form of fiat currency is going to be always, no matter what, a debt because it's coming from the Federal Reserve. So you don't even have to even worry about that. What you have to do is put that fiat in for now into a credit union. Get yourself a establish some data within that credit union, and then if you can either open a line of credit or get a charge card where you can put down $1,000 of your own money and have that and use that as a like a credit card where you pay back every month. Just keep putting your bills on it, which you're gonna pay anyway with fiat currency, but just make sure you put that fiat currency in your credit union so that you can pay the credit card with. So now your credit starts to go up.
Yeah, this sounds like some old crafty shit to me.
No, it's easy peasy.
Yeah,
It,
once you establish your business, right? That's like if you were employed. That's the same thing. Like they're just gonna want to know a little bit more about your company or whatever, just because you independent and you're not with a company. But if you have an employer, it's a little bit easy to check your, the credit of the company that you work for and your work history. But when you do just a business on your as an independent and trying to do credit, it's a little bit more, you know, tit for tat. But that's why you want to establish your business early. Like what you waiting for?
yeah, exactly, exactly. Because like you said earlier, it's just about the data. That's all they want to see. The data. The data supports what the you yay or nay. That's it.
Hey,
Uh,
Smoke,
And
I'm
it's like the lotto.
Yeah,
Like
I'm out there.
you gotta play the lotto to hit it. So if you're not playing in the system, then
you
you know.
I'm gonna try to
Like
share my screen right quick to show you like what you could do when you go onto the website so you can see it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is when you go to the IRS .gov, and then I just all I typed in was EIN under the search box, and it brought me to here. It says apply for an employee identification number. So I go right here. It says apply online now. Since they can't really get to it because their office is closed, but it was gonna give you the application, and it's gonna say begin process. And once you get to that, then it's gonna ask you if you want to apply for an employee ID, or if you want to do it for a trust or a state. So you click on either one you want to do, and then after that, you just have to fill out your name and your social or whatever, and then that is gonna generate a EIN number for you.
Also, the EIN is tied to the Social Security card, right?
Right. But I know once you it's a way where you don't really necessarily, well, once you have a business set up or whatever, then you don't have to use your social for it. Because, like I said, once you set your business up, you get an EIN number generated. You can go and talk to them and let them know that you're trying to set up. You can even, instead of using your social for your trust, you could go and use an EIN number to set a trust up too.
Well, I have no further questions because I don't have no available information to really pose any questions. I'm just basically listening,
Mm-hmm.
trying to catch up on. I mean, I'm trying to catch key concepts right that y'all dropping, Like I say, all this shit foreign to me.
And let me read you something else too. Now, a lot of people don't even know how you go to the post office, make deposits in the post office. So they call this the trust retail deposit, which means that funds
What I
can
mean,
be deposited. This is
you
like
said
you
the
can go,
post office.
yeah, the post
You said
office is a personal bank. You didn't know that?
no, I ain't never seen nobody bank at the post office. But look, when you said go to the post, you said go to the post office. You go with the EIN. You go with the EIN number.
Yeah, people don't even realize how the post office serves as a bank because I'm gonna give you an example. When you see the sign up in the lobby when they close, don't it say make deposits? Any deposits after a certain time, you gotta put them in a box. So isn't that the same shit when you go to the bank? They tell you the same thing. You're making a deposit.
For sure, for sure.
So
Well, even banking is foreign to me because I never bank commercially, right, or
mhm.
privately, or right, but I just banked in my pocket. Right? I never dealt with the mainstream business model. But
So
as
it's
far
like
as the post office, right, but as far as the post office being a bank, that's the first I heard of that.
yeah, so it's like they know people don't know this shit. But yeah, all this
I, I
information.
work I, I worked for them for close to 20 years. You can get money orders, you can do anything. You can get a passport application there. It's
Mm-hmm.
a lot of shit. Like I said, truck driving is federally regulated. The post office is federally controlled.
Yep.
The,
And OG, when you even tell them that I want a W-4 form from them, they don't even know what that is, but it just says that it's the same thing as saying you want a passport, and it says W-4 on the bottom of the passport form.
mm-hmm. Yeah. I said I worked for them for 20 years. You're on point, bro. Like I said, you can everything there. You can do whatever there. Get paid all different kind of forms and everything.
Yep. And again, all this information on the IRS website is where I'm reading it from, and it says that trust retail deposit, saying that funds can be deposited at a designated retail unit, such as the postal office. Funds can be deposited via check, mobile check deposit. Options include check, cash, or money order. You must provide the retail unit with your 10-digit EIN number, not your permit publication number. But check to be
And,
deposited for any EIN, regardless of um, CRID. Retail deposits are available near real time, and your account mobile check deposits are available within 4 to 6 hours.
and see, and that's why I go hard against the school system, Brian, because the credit
Mm-hmm.
shit and basic business should be taught in the fucking ninth and high school to get people ready for the real world, but they don't, and that's why I go hard against the church because the church can also promote this, but they both of those institutions want to keep the people blind. Like I said, this credit
Mm-hmm.
shit could be taught in ninth grade, man. So when you get out of school, you know what to do. But
Yep.
they rather teach us lies instead of how
Yep.
to deal with reality.
Shit, they could be teaching checks and balances in middle school.
Hey, y'all heard of this book, Meet Your Straw Man and Whatever You Want to by David E. Robinson?
Mm-hmm. But you know, balance the morals will try to tell you that you need to get rid of your straw man and all this other shit too.
No, I think you just need to control them,
Mm-hmm.
make them work for you, take them back.
Oh, happy solar return, Raina.
and the other one is the UCC connection, how to free yourself from the legal tyranny. Only
Yep.
$5.
So peace, angel baby. Yep, and it's like you say, a lot of these people they just not gonna tell you. You know what I'm saying? They know this shit, and they're not gonna tell you none of this shit when you go there. And that's why I say you gotta like I said, I had that book, talking about the bank lingo, and you go and you talk that lingo shit to them. They know the services they're supposed to be providing for you. They're not gonna, like I said, they ain't gonna give you that information at all.
So this the game, right? What I'm starting to peep. The businesses that accept fiat transfer the fiat into credit, right? Is that part of the game?
That's how we operate. This whole corporation is everything all based off of credit.
And basically, shit, like we said, get it and find other. One of the biggest things that the drug dealers used to do, you know what I mean? They would make so much selling drugs and basically start a business and push the money through the business to clean the money. You see what I'm saying? And even if the business is massages, you know what I mean, and grow your business through your business. You got me, Smoke?
Yeah, I hear you.
And that's what they've been doing for years. You know what I mean? You leave one business and start another business. Say even with the lawn care, you can go from selling green to cutting grass and invest the green money into the grass company business. You know what I mean? And eventually stop selling the green and just cut grass. But you still can sell a green. You see what I'm saying? Just pump it through
Yeah,
the
yeah,
grass
yeah.
company business.
Right, right. I feel you. Yeah, I got a right. I got a clientele. I ain't trying to relinquish at the present moment.
I got you. You know what I mean? That's how to take it from legal business. I mean illegal business to legal business.
Yeah, I see. I'm gonna have to check in. I'm gonna have to check in with y'all on the not the concepts but the applications. Right. This is what I see. I find my difficulty with just the application. 'Cause I don't know the verbiage or the language or how to put it on a format. Right.
And just send your email to me in the back chat. And I'm gonna send all that stuff to you, little Smoke. And it's gonna, like I said, it's gonna break it down. Cause like the one I was trying to send out that the thing I want to send for the bank cool thing, but it's so big, it's not even let me send it. So I'm gonna email it to you.
All right. I'm gonna put my email in the back chat. And big dog, you put your number back in the put your number in the back chat, cause I wrote it down the other night. I don't know, some ignorant ass nigga must stole it away, thought it was just some scrap paper or something. Damn, he gone.
Yeah, it's
But
been cutting them in and out.
that's right. He said his Wi-Fi be tripping. But I'm gonna make sure I put that email in there.
But you said your question was about the car thing too, right?
The car thing?
That's what you were saying, huh?
No, I ain't saying nothing about no cars.
Oh, okay.
But I heard them saying something about that the other day though, about the consumer rights and how to make purchases using some type of consumer rights laws or whatever. But the format was never explained. That's why I say I always have difficulties with the format, not the concepts, just the format. If I can get the format down, the concepts is it's just easy as butter.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically understanding how they operate. They operate in a manner that's over our head, but it's not really. It's
Ask in
just
the
in
back chat,
code.
Smoke.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, they just
Y'all continue. Y'all finna drop this info in. I'm
Yeah,
listening.
much love to everybody in the chat. I can't see the chat, but much love to everybody. Y'all got it.
Yeah, that's like I said, that's the best thing I learned when I learned how to let that post office work for you like that. And that shit was like that was like another eye opener for me because, like I said, they do all type of services over there for you. People don't even realize it, you know.
and I think it's something with the price of the stamps too, right? For
And
certain
you don't even have to pay for the stamps. I think it's like I'm not certain, but I think it's maybe the U.S. code 772. And they said that stamps is not it's illegal to even purchase. That's why they were saying that you could go um to the store, buy your own stickers and pull and just right underneath saying "God We Trust" and mail your shit off. You can make your own seals.
or buy a sticker with the damn "In God We Trust."
Yep. I mean, that's like I said, you just basically following what the Constitution said.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of information that because they paying bills by writing on mail.
Mm-hmm.
I want to learn that shit.
Yeah, bills, but you know, all bills is prepaid anyway. So if you go like, all you gotta do is look up your state applies and utilities, and it's gonna basically tell you that how everything is already paid. So when they send you a bill that you're paying monthly, you ain't supposed to be everything's supposed to be done annually anyway. So how is it that I'm paying something on a monthly basis and you charging me for something that's already that's already paid? So they could go and raise up all these prices and stuff every year on your bill and stuff because they just getting away with fraud because they know people don't know. So you just gonna keep paying your bill to them because you think that's just the right thing to do, or they gonna threaten to say I'm gonna turn your power off, this and that.
What was the first thing you said? Look up.
I think it's called applies and utilities. For your state, just put like shorter, just as like the utilities for your state, and it's gonna give you all that information. 'Cause when I seen that shit for my state, I was like, I say these dirty motherfuckers.
Hey, I'm trying to tell y'all in them big cities up north, the South is the place to be. The South jobs booming. It don't get cold. You know, gas ain't that high. Like in them big cities, I know y'all paying $5 a gallon. We still barely paying 4. It just went up to 4. Gas was still 3 something when other states it was $5.
Yep.
Like I said, foods, fruits are cheaper, meats are cheaper. liquor, dirt cheap. Everything is cheaper in the South, man. The smartest thing I did was move out of them bigger cities. Like I said, I saved so much money moving to a smaller town, man.
Shit, all the shit they trying to do to them big cities. Shit, it is the best move yet.
Homeowners tax, all of that. I saved so much.
That shit crazy.
Because even though I tell people fuck this system, create our own system. I'm locked in this system. I can't get out of it unless we create our own. Because I'm locked
Mm-hmm.
and loaded in this joint. But I'd rather create our own so that way we can establish, so that way basically we can sue this corporation. The only way you can
Mm-hmm.
sue this corporation is through uh, 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 basically by creating your own tribe or your own
Private sector.
yes, yes. And basically, like I said, but I'm locked in this job. Unless we create our own, I ain't going nowhere. I just abide by the rules and the things and like we're talking about. I've been created me a LLC almost 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I don't pay taxes on 3/4 of my income. I do have
Mm-hmm.
to pay through my LLC. I do have to pay taxes on that, but my income is not taxed, and I live
Mm-hmm.
good. But I still say fuck this system. Let's create our own tribe or corporation. Like the $5 Indians, and that way we can get all our rights and our citizenship rights back.
And OG.
And we because like I said, my daughter ain't going to their school system
Yeah.
ever.
And OG, they had them $5 Indians. They got the police been arresting them and everything. And the crazy thing about it is that they're not even supposed to have. They don't even know who they lost because the police, the policyholder, has no jurisdiction to even come in on a reserve.
On
And
their land, yeah.
they
Only
supposed to
their
be dealing
jury.
with the sheriff. So they doing all kind of shit there, but
Like I
it's
said,
like,
I feel no mercy for them, man. No mercy at all.
mm-hmm.
Cause one, they don't feel no mercy for us.
Nope.
You know what I mean? You talk to them, they try to act like we came from Africa when we telling them not all of us came from Africa. And
Mm-hmm.
basically, they holding our citizen status. And I look at people like that. They, some people is okay with everything this system is doing to the people. Those are the people that I try to stay away from. If you're happy with what this system is doing to the people, more than likely you jabbed up. I'm gonna stay away from you. Because I
Yep.
ain't happy with this system at all of what it's doing to our people. And I'll land right there.
Yep. And like I said, I don't feel bad for them either. And like I said, they already, like I said, they already being spied on and everything on the reserves, and they ain't got no. That's all they could be on. They don't have no ownership of the land. They never will because, like I said, they only been here since like the 1800s anyway. So they would never have true ownership of anything. Like they're gonna get it because they had their little
Yeah,
casinos and other
they
shit.
made a deal. Hey, Brian, they made a deal with pure evil.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna
Yep.
give it no other name. I'm just gonna say pure evil because I
Yep.
ain't into that other shit. The names the bibliological names they use. I'm just gonna say pure evil. Y'all got it.
Yep. Yeah, like I said, they getting it. They getting it just what they deserve. You know, time is up for y'all to get the fuck out of our land anyway with that shit.
Yeah, it is. It is what it is. It's no. I'm talking. I don't have no sympathy for none of those hybrid groups. Niggas be like, we gotta help them. Help them for what?
Exactly.
I just be seeing bad blood, right? That's all I see. Bad blood.
I had a lady call me. She was telling me, she African American. I'm looking around, like I'm trying to figure out who she was talking to. Like, I don't, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it is what it is, though. You know, we breaking up out of all those shells, so
Mm-hmm.
right. Nigga can't tell you nothing against what you already know.
Yep.
Especially when all the receipts add up.
Mm-hmm.
You get to looking at the receipts. You know, you can cash them receipts in. Goddamn, the receipts stay good.
Yep. I'm looking at everything fucking collapsing. Every motherfucking thing. At a rapid pace too.
Well, you know, I don't think our structure will collapse because we got the majority of the resources, right? And them
Mm-hmm.
resources gonna always be valuable. So whether or not the system crash, or I don't even think the system, I don't think the system can crash as long as the resources is valuable.
I'm with you
I
there,
don't see,
Smoke. I don't think
right.
it
I
can
don't
crash either, brother.
right. I mean, shit. As long as you got a motherfuckers got to look, people around the world got to eat. They got to have oil. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying? Fresh
hey, Smoke,
water. Right.
Smoke.
How it's gonna
I,
crash?
hey,
It's
Smoke.
damn near impossible if you ask me.
I give you one even deeper. Long as people's hearts are beating, the system will never crash.
That's for
Mm-hmm.
sure. Cause people is the main resource.
There you go. Only way this motherfucker crash if everybody hearts will stop beating at the same fucking time. And that
That's
ain't gonna
true.
happen.
That's true. But I think the ones who was upholding it, that's the ones that's dying off from this shit because now they losing their power, their foothold that they had.
Right. And that ain't got nothing to do with us.
Right.
They need to fall and lose power. So some
Yep.
real niggas can start infiltrating this system and start running this motherfucker the way it's supposed to be ran. That
Let me
way
say this.
everybody will know. Right.
The
Everybody will
thing,
know how to.
go ahead, Smoke, finish.
Now I was just gonna say so everybody will know how to conduct business. You'll be trained in the methods of being able to conduct business. You won't have to do it. You won't have to learn the hard way after you fucked up half your life, not knowing that you just could have simply been taught how to conduct business from the jump. But go ahead.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
what I'm hoping on the real is that, this corporation that's in here, their time is up. I'm hoping we don't let another corporation and come and take its place and start the debt system all over again for another 400 years. I'm hoping the people wake up because basically, like I said, we are the revenue, the income or whatever, however you want to put it. We are the revenue for this system. This
Right.
system would not run without us.
And
So
see, this
I'm
what I
worried
be
about this. I'm worried about this system giving control of this country to China, Russia, or one of those other countries, and continue the processing ongoing. Go ahead, brother.
right, and that's how they'll have to do it because what I can't get niggas to wrap their head around is that we the ones who generating the most currency, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I ain't just talking about money. I'm talking about actual electromagnetism. We the ones who generate the most of that. It's in our biology through those carbon emissions and shit, right? This interchangeable energy that's predicated upon how man reacts to his environment via photosynthesis and all this other scientific jargon that I don't really like to get into, but I paid just a little slight attention because every now and then it can be useful. But when niggas realize that we the ones who generate the most of this shit, then they'll really start getting the overall picture of what's really going on, why they always
And and
transferring power from
and
one
smoke.
foreign group to
Let
another
me say
foreign
this
group.
real
Go
quick,
ahead.
brother. You know, I was able to retire at 34 years old and get a set pension for the rest of my life because I worked for the system. I had a certain amount of time in, and then when I got hurt, basically they had to compensate me. So they've been compensating me for the last 20 something plus years for the time when I worked in the 60s, I mean the 70s and the 80s and the 90s. I'm being compensated, and that's how this system works. You know what I mean? And this system ain't changing. It's going to change, but you are what you put in it, man. And it's ways to get around it where you don't have to put shit in it, and still get something out of it. But we have to learn those. We got to basically become a corporation or a, a, some type of entity that's outside of ourselves. But we are real entities that's inside of this system. If y'all could kind of understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I was a wee bit distracted because Dartmouth said sun bodies only harness the most electric, but not generate the most. But that's a fallacy in itself because if you harness more electricity, who else can generate more than what you harness? So it's gonna work both ways regardless. You just gotta wrap your mind around it. I don't know if you I don't know if you a nigga or not, Dartmouth. So you might have your own agendas you trying to push on. You know what I'm saying? But you go ahead. Yeah, but I feel you though, big dog.
Yeah, basically, shit. Like I said, once you get, say, 12 years in this system working for one or two companies and something happen, you can get paid. You can retire from a job at any time.
Yeah, see, I understand the concept in that because come to find out that the wages that we make aren't really as nowhere near what they actually getting in credit for us for our labor anyway. So you can just get percentages. You can just get percentages of the labor that you invested into the system, and you will be all right as far as the credit debtor system is concerned. But go ahead. Mic check, mic check.
Yeah, we still here, brother. We still here.
Okay, it got quiet. My Wi-Fi. Yeah, my Wi-Fi be tripping. I don't know when this shit be tapping out.
Mine too.
Balance, you still down there?
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
Okay, okay. You sound like you almost about to tap out.
Not just yet. Not just yet.
That's what's up. All right, what else y'all want to put on? What else y'all want to put on the plate? I'm gonna dive into. I'm gonna dive into some of this trust law and consumer rights laws. I gotta go and start gravitating toward that.
Yep. So I sent you some of those emails already.
I'm gonna check them out. I'm gonna check them out tomorrow.
And the kind of cool thing about it is what I like now is I can take some of that shit and like I like how I can go and open that shit up and let the you know open the file up and let that shit play itself with the voice and everything on it.
Right, because I've been using some of this information that I've been privy to just from listening to niggas in the community, right? Cause
Mm-hmm.
you can almost go to any platform and these issues gonna come up. Usually, like talking about the law, talking about your rights, talking about religion, talking about how to interact with the police. These topics usually come up just off, from an open panel, cause niggas gonna get to talking about shit and it's gonna go all over the place. So you just never know what the hell you're gonna pick up on.
Exactly.
Cause I know I was using some of that shit the last time I got pulled over by the police, right? I
Mm-hmm.
went to jail. I went to jail for non-compliance, but they let me right out, no court date or nothing. So to me, that's a success. Cause usually when I go to jail, nigga, I'm going through the whole 9 yards. I'm talking about ending with the fine.
And that's crazy because like you know what I'm saying.
Smoke said that last one was a success. Go ahead, Bryce. My bad.
I was just gonna tell him, say like and the crazy thing about it is, if you would have known, now, you could just told him like I need to talk directly to the sheriff, and then like you supposed to just, and all that time you held me up, I'm charging you a fee.
Yeah, see, I ain't nowhere near that advance yet. See, when I get that advance, I'm gonna be
Hey,
bold as hell. I'm gonna be
hey,
starting
hey,
shit with
hey,
them bitches.
in your spare time, watch the the police auditing,
Bro, that's
the
where I got
videos.
niggas.
Uh,
Hey, I used to watch them, right? That's where I got some of my boldness from, right? But I don't know the actual codes to recite or the statutes to recite, right there. I understand the concept, right? So I articulate my own arguments, but I don't know the statutes. Like I can't say, well, according to this statute, so and so, this, that, there, and the other, I just got to conceptualize it in my own mind. But I know it's all based on whether or not you consent, right?
well, not quite. It's like if you ain't breaking no law, why the fuck is they talking to you?
Right. I get that too, but usually when you don't break a law, they'll still try you. They'll still try you on the statutes and the codes and the ordinances, cause they'll give it to you like them motherfuckers is actual laws. And most niggas think that they are actual laws. That's why I say I understand the concept. Because you can't get me with a statute or an ordinance or a code. Nigga, I don't agree to none of that shit. My name ain't on none of them contracts whereupon which you can prove that I actually agreed to this.
Exactly. You can threaten them with charging them for your time. That's what he was just saying. Like you can
Right,
get,
right. But see,
hey,
I
bro.
don't know. Right. I don't know I ain't that advanced yet. Because I wouldn't
I mean,
actually be
it's
able.
just simple as
Right.
that. Everything is contract. Like when you talk to somebody, that's like like what
Yeah,
is state
but
your
I don't know.
business? Like state your business, nigga. Like same thing when they come to you because you your own property. You get what I'm saying?
Right. But I don't
You
know. Right. I
and you
don't
had a
know.
right to travel. So
Yeah.
if you ain't do shit, I ain't giving you nothing, and don't ask me for nothing. I don't answer no questions.
Yeah. That's why I say
You
I
could
don't
be a
get that.
dick about
Right.
it,
I
but you
don't.
got to be clean. You got to know, you got to be confident, or they gonna bully you. That's why
Yeah, I did get. Hey, I did.
just watch a whole lot of that shit, just so you get so versed in that shit. My bad. You got it.
Nah, you straight. You good.
What you was saying though?
Nah, I was saying I did kind of get bullied by the police the last time I went to jail, but it was because I wouldn't comply. Right? They want to know my name and all that old goofy shit. How they call it? What's your name? Well, you got to identify so and so. Yeah, but but according to so and so, right? Which I don't know. I don't know a code, and I don't know a statute by its article, right? I just know the concept. I know, and conceptually, I don't have the ID with you. Even if I did commit a crime, nigga, I still can plead the fifth, right? I still ain't got an ID, even if I did commit the damn crime. But since I
Right.
haven't committed a crime, there's no way you're gonna get me the ID. But
Exactly.
what happened was I was with my niece, and when I was finna go to jail, she called her mama, and her mama gave them my name, right? But the reason they let me go because I never did comply. I didn't consent to none of this shit. You just got my name by happenstance. So
By
there was really
hearsay. Yeah,
right.
that's
There was
hearsay.
hearsay. Right. You got my name by hearsay because I didn't actually consensually give you any type of document that identifies me as such a
That
person.
person.
Right. That's why I say I understand the concept, but I just don't actually know the codes and the statutes. You know what I'm saying? I can't.
It's like they
Right.
they enforcing a fictionary like power over you. You get what I'm saying? They really don't have that authority over you. That shit's some bullshit. How they go? But what can you do? Boys in
That's
blue.
because that's part of their training. In their training, they tell you stand by your badge, stand behind the badge,
Yeah, because
be the
I know
force,
they
be
operate
the
off of
authority. Fuck
assumptions
that.
and presumptions.
Right. But
That's all
man,
it is.
that's I love watching them videos because they face be so tight, like because they can't do shit for real,
Yep.
Supervisor.
Yep. Give me a supervisor, bitch. You ain't gonna settle this one. And what happens when the supervisor show up? Yo, all right, go ahead, go. Because he already know
Yep.
what's up. But ain't that a bitch though that the supervisor understands that and not the motherfucking regular cop? It takes you to waste your damn time for the supervisor to show up, for him to just say go.
See, that's how niggas be getting on the do not detain list, right? Niggas be getting on the do not detain list because they understand that when they rights get violated, that they can seek recompense. See, if I was
Right.
that
They be
advanced,
suing. Yeah, they be suing on
right,
getting paid, man.
right, right.
That's the
See,
new
if
world
I was
for
that
real. Like the
advanced,
new world is just to sue people. Like, you can sue your employer, like Charleston White. Like you
right,
gotta listen to that nigga. He be
right,
spitting some gems for real.
yeah. I heard him say that. I heard him say that. He said he sued a couple of jobs. You know what I'm saying? He was like, man, I just sued, because he
I
said
sue my job.
he familiarized himself with the policies of the company, and when they violate him, he just gonna go sue their ass. That's fine. But I know I wouldn't be able to do that because I ain't finna work for no motherfucking body.
I sued my job back in 2016, and I left the company in 2020, and I was with that company for almost 16 years. I sued the fuck out the motherfuckers.
Yeah, because they discriminate and act like that shit is okay. That shit ain't okay, man. But I come in here and bust my ass for you, and you give me your ass to kiss. Nah, let's see who would get the last laugh.
Facts.
But that's why you go into it like it's not like you work for the company. You gotta make that shit work for you, whatever you do.
Yeah, we need to do a bill on that. How you can put these class action lawsuits in? Because I need to know how to format those because I stay having encounters, and I ain't nigga. I'm
You
not
gotta get it recorded, bro.
right. Yeah. I know about that part. What
Get
I'm
it
saying is,
recorded. Once you
I
have
don't
concrete
know.
evidence, it's a wrap. A lawyer will take that and run with that.
No, I don't even want to. I don't want to even. I'm talking. I want to be advanced, right, to the point where I don't even need the lawyer, right? I just need to know the type of paperwork to file for myself. I don't even want to deal with the lawyer. I don't
But then,
trust them either.
but the thing is, you have to speak that in legalese. So you have to be
Right,
versed in legalese when you go to court, and
right.
that's
That's
where
why I say
you
that's
can
why I
mess
say we
up
need to do some
yourself.
bills. Right. That's why I say we need to do some bills on that because I don't speak legalese
Yeah,
very well. I
yeah,
speak it a little bit. Right. I speak it a
hard
little bit, but not very well.
that's a hard one because you don't want to go build a case, take it on yourself, even though it's an open and shut case. You say the wrong thing, and
Right. Everything got to be according to the letter. I already know.
hmm yep,
And I think people don't forget, like after you win, your life ain't gonna just be simple no more. Either you gonna make yourself a target, because they got their enforcers and their fuck boys that guns for hire, you know.
yep. I went through shit after I sued them for 4 years. The only
Hey,
reason
dig
why I
this.
stayed because they
Oh,
they couldn't fire me and my salary was amazing.
I was just gonna say, one of the best businesses to start, that you're gonna make profits all year round is you know, uh, the mortician field. That's a $1 billion business. People always gonna die. You know what I mean?
Yes, nigga.
Get into that field. You make a lot of money.
Yeah, we could all invest into a funeral home, man. Them shits.
Yeah, I thought about that, but what they got down here in Memphis, they got a monopoly. They got a monopoly on that business right there in Memphis.
Mhm.
So
Hey, you might have
it'd
to
be
move the
yeah,
next town over, next city.
right,
I
yeah.
mean, shit. You just get, hey, get in that motherfucker. That's a field that like you said, that they making big money.
And I don't really right dead bodies like I don't right now. I can't get into that. I don't do the dead. I don't even go to funeral.
One thing I learned: the dead can't hurt you at all, brother. They can't come. They ain't coming back and jump off that slab. It says Hiawatha. They ain't happening.
Yeah. Watch when these motherfuckers who took the jab start dying. We're gonna wake the fuck back up. Watch.
As I was just about to say that until that one motherfucker just twitch and shit. You like that motherfucker just move? Hell no.
I'm shooting that nigga. I don't care, family or not. You getting clapped if I see you get the fuck back up.
Damn right. I'm trying to separate a nigga cerebral cortex.
Quick.
Like straight headshots, nigga.
Put it a whole 17 in you. Quick. Empty that bitch in you. Hell no. I'm supposed to go,
Yeah,
man. Come
because
back.
it's something about these babies right now too. Y'all see how advanced they are, or is that just the generation?
I would say the generation, just because, they have so much technology around them from birth,
Yeah.
as opposed to what we had, even though we grew up in that switch, so we're able to navigate because, the older people can't navigate in the technological age. It's
Man,
tough for
man.
them, but for
And,
us,
My,
we grew up
I,
in
I
it.
would say the people around them too, like because the COVID had people staying home and more time put in, and that count.
Yeah.
yeah, cause I ain't really computer savvy at all, but I know I got some folks in my circle don't even know how to text.
They would rather use a flip phone still.
Yeah, I ain't computer savvy, either, my brother, but I know how to navigate a little bit.
Yeah, I'm real basic with it. Real basic.
Those of us who are in, I would say 30, 32 and up, we grew up with the gaming system and its evolution throughout the years. And the kids who are now that are 8, 10, 5, they were born at the height of this shit. So that's all they know.
Right. So like my kids is on the game already. Like I wasn't on the game that early,
Yeah,
but they
facts.
playing like Call of Duty. Like, you want me to show you how to play that? I'm like, for real? That's crazy.
Yeah. My son whooping my ass in Super Smash Brothers. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Should imagine if we grew up in that age. If that was what was back then. Well, then imagine what would it be now. It'd be fucking insane.
Yeah, they mad spoiled too
Oh
from
yeah.
all ways. Like we couldn't imagine having everything.
I mean, having a PS4 and a Nintendo Switch. Are you insane?
A phone, a tablet.
A phone.
They don't even need allowance.
Yeah, for some reason, the more advanced it got, the less I was interested in it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's just me, but I used to enjoy the damn old Atari ColecoVision and shit. By the
No.
time they made it to by the time they made it to PlayStation, I had really, yeah, I wasn't even on the game and shit no more. I was already I was already indulged into street activities like I couldn't even right wrap my head around it no more.
Yeah, me too.
So
Me too, my brother. I've never
I,
got into the game. I'm not a gamer.
them first ones that came out though, them old ones, the Atari and the arcades and shit. I was fucking with all that. But by the time it made it to PlayStation, I was like, yeah, fuck. I was just street. I was a street runner. It wasn't. It couldn't hold my attention though. I'd rather be outside.
Yeah, you grow out of it.
Right? Yeah. But that's why I say I missed. I missed a lot of the. I missed a lot of the advancements just from running the streets. You know what I'm saying? Going in and out of jail and shit. I missed a lot of this shit. Man, I'm talking about. I went to jail when they had the big ass cell phones. And when I came out, it was flip phones. You know what I'm saying? That shit was looking like Star Trek to me. I'm like, damn, they didn't flip like that.
Yeah. And then now you see all this touchscreen shit.
Right, right.
Mhm.
Yeah, cause when I came out with the flip phone and I went back to jail, it was the damn touchscreens. I was like, damn, I'm constantly missing out on shit. That's why I say I missed a lot of the preparation for the advance. Just running the damn street.
I always wonder how they was gonna make Star Trek relevant.
Right off
Like,
the flip phone. I remember back in 2002 when they were first talking about video calling on cell phones. I used to be like, get the fuck out of here. Ain't never gonna goddamn happen. You know about me walking around video calling each other. And lo
right?
and behold.
They still don't release the watches yet, like Batman. Like they suppressing the technology. Well, I mean, you can still do it on the FaceTime, but I don't know why they don't do it on the watches yet.
Yeah.
But it's something to sell you later, you know.
There you
Make
go.
it $2,000 a phone.
There you go. They gonna make you burn out whatever fad is out. They gonna make you buy it all up for as long as they can, holding the next one. So that when they drop it, even the nigga who just got in last and just bought the newest thing and the newest thing came out a day later, he gonna buy the newest thing.
Right? They're trying to make all the prices go up like that. Like, how can you go down on gas after you went up so high?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, it's slowly.
yeah,
Yeah, it's slowly going. It's slowly going back down here in Memphis though, because it was up like
Mhm.
4.5. I think the highest I seen it was like 469, 479.
And you
It's
know why?
slowly right. Yeah, it's
And
slowly going back down.
you know why? Because gas was at its lowest point in the stock market, and somebody made a very, I don't know who it was. They made a big ass purchase, and that shit started going up. So when
I remember when like it was something came on for sale. What was it, Exxon?
I forgot who it was, but that they made that bitch run up, and when in the stock market, if the stock does well, like gas, oil, it'll be cheap out here for us. That's how that shit goes.
Fucking market. And
Hmm
they use our tax money to fund all this shit, and we get nothing off of it.
There you go.
That's crazy.
Well,
They the
I
king.
don't think, right. I don't think we can beat them at their own game. I don't know.
It's not about beating them; it's playing with them. Sit at the table. You don't gotta beat them because by beating them, then you're outside the game.
It's
Then
like playing
there's no way to
spades,
get out.
right?
There's no way to get outside the game.
You playing spades, like you go there to have fun for real, but some people take it way too serious.
Mhm.
Gotta enjoy yourself, man. Don't have a heart attack.
Yep. And always keep things in motion. Have a plan. Stick to the plan. Stay disciplined.
Yeah.
It's not about the right now. Because right now is over. That is done. It's right now finished. You know how many right nows we just had right now?
Yep. Some people just can't live past that. Live for the moment. Gotta think about about your future. I think that's why people argue about the past so much, just to keep you like lost or something. Because I don't see how none of that should apply.
It already happened.
None of that old shit is really relevant to now. It's just what's now. What the fuck is right now? What you
Well, we
gonna
gotta
do?
admit, some of it do matter because we got a crime, right? We got a crime scene that need to be investigated. So, and I believe if it can be determined that there's a remedy if we conduct a proper and thorough investigation, if there's a remedy at the end of that, I think it's worth investing a little time and resources into. I'm not saying throw the
You,
whole basket at the idea. I'm just saying just for
you said
redress.
a remedy from the person who committed the crime,
Right. There's always a remedy for a violation of the law.
but
Mhm.
it's a it's Black's law, and that's what's crazy to me. That's what make it crazy to me. It's Black's law, and Black don't exist.
Exactly. Avoided color.
Yeah,
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I don't want my justice to be blind. I need my justice to see. Because when it's blind, it let motherfuckers sneak through the cracks.
Yeah, I don't believe justice blind anyway. Cause it sure know how to pick. It sure know how to pick the right motherfucker to be so blind, right? If you ask me.
The way this corporation operates, justice is selective and has amnesia.
So it operates as an idea, and it's with the people's consent.
Dig this.
That's why most court cases is just like that first 48 shit. Yeah, go ahead, OG.
Let me say this real quick. Like, they got immunity, man. You know, Joe Biden's son, he's on video with
Smoking crack.
smoking crack. That should be able to be used in court of law to convict him. But that shows you how they have immunity. Let one of us do that, we'll get a knock at the door and get arrested. That's the point I'm trying to make. Them motherfuckers got immunity. Why they got immunity? That they can break the law and still get away with it. But every law we break is a penalty. Think about that shit, man.
Shit, even if we don't break laws, it's a motherfucking penalty, right?
Yeah, under the presumption of being black, you get shot.
They can, like I said, they can use that video in a court of law and lock any of your asses up.
Right, conspiracy and all type of shit they get away with.
And the name thing is anything else they do is heinous or what I'm saying, just
Crimes
brutal.
against humanity.
It's always considered mental illness.
Oh yeah, they get off on that a lot. But it's just what they claim. You see, you can identify it as anything now. That's the thing. They just want to ID people, identifiers.
And then when you got the hardcore evidence showing the shit that the nigga did, that's even more crazy. And he was still like, if he would still be like they'll have him in a position to work in one of these corporations if he really chose it.
So how y'all feel about politics?
They're
Oh
just
shit.
party tricks, multiple tricks.
You think it's a worthwhile investment to enter into the political spectrum?
You like you run for mayor.
Yeah, on any level, municipal, local, state, or national level. To me, I would say it's pointless. Just judging by the history of it.
Yeah, it's like they all a part of the big system. So whatever position that you would get, it's gonna be somebody over you.
Yeah, I had that argument a couple of weeks ago with somebody, and they was under the impression that if we just got enough of the home team into the political spectrum, then some changes can be forthcoming. But I look at it as a club. And as a club member, you're gonna have to abide by certain guidelines. As a member of the club, to even operate at a certain capacity. So I don't see how. Right, I don't see how to. Right, I don't see how you can affect any change having to operate within the confines of those guidelines. I think people just still have hope. I think people just still have hope in a savior type mentality, right?
That's what they're all looking for, is that savior. But I look at it like this, they set their rules for this and that, but they always could make an adjustment and change the guidelines, anything that's suitable to cover up the bullshit that they're doing.
Right, because we have plenty of examples of this type of behavior. So that's why I be like, when I hear niggas talking about entering politics to affect some change, I'm like, bro, if you're not finna get in there and have the authority to erase laws and implement new ones,
Hey,
you
Smoke,
really be killing yourself. Yeah,
that was a good idea 20 years ago, not now. 20
right,
years
right.
ago, we might have
I'm,
could have changed some things in politics, but not now.
yeah, I don't even think you could have did it 20 years ago.
Yeah, I
When
think
was
we could have, bro. I think we could have if we had structure behind us. But you got it, bro.
Well, then we had niggas in the political spectrum 20 years ago. We had mayors.
Yeah, but they was playing. They was fighting for the system, not for the people.
Facts.
Right. That's what I'm
They was
saying. It's
they
still
was fighting for their financial freedom.
right. That's what I'm saying. It's still going on to the day. It was like just like it was going on back then. That's why I say
But
you basically have to be like a member of the club, and it's just certain guidelines you're gonna have to abide by. They wouldn't even let a nigga who's not gonna play by the rules, even in right, they're not gonna even let them operate
yeah,
at
you're
their
right. They ain't
capacity.
getting in. They ain't getting in. If
Right,
you ain't playing by their rules, you ain't getting in. I agree
right.
with that. But I was just saying, I think our window was 20, 25 years ago. Now, getting involved in politics. See, back then, you might have could have. If you had a strong party behind, you might have could have. We could have changed some things if we had a strong party behind us. Say like, say like if they had allowed the Black Panther Party, the real Black Panther Party to, get into what they were doing back then, and we could have got political power off of it. We might have could have changed some shit back then.
So,
But
like without the infiltration.
exactly. But that cost is gone. It ain't no change in the politics because they done had 150-year head start or 100-year head start. We might have could have slowed some shit down with 80 years. You know what I mean? Changed some laws, got some back money or some shit like that. But now we in break glass as emergency now. You know what I mean? We got to break the glass right now because it's emergency.
Yeah, I feel you
But
wholeheartedly.
even if it was possible, bro, like it wouldn't be our color. It'd be like somebody like JFK. They wouldn't let us do it.
And that's the thing I never understood either. It's like how they appointed all these people out of nowhere. Like, what was the actual history? You when you had the Kennedys and all this other shit. And like I was saying at the beginning, you had every president that was already a melanated person, but then you had all these other presidents that they put between the Nixons and Kennedys and Bushes and shit like that. Like, how did they really? Where did these people really come from to really, just to be in a position to really be where they at. I don't even understand the qualifications that they had that made them that anyway. I don't care if it was a governor or this and that, but still, like, how the hell did they have any origins of even to be placed in these positions to do stuff like this?
Yeah, I think they've been doing it all the time because there's a very uncommon story concerning the people who signed the Declaration of Independence, right? Y'all heard that story?
Yes, sir.
So I mean, this go way back to the end because they had those people assassinated. All of them was assassinated except for like maybe five of them.
That's the thing I'm saying. It's like, but how, besides them claiming land patents, the titles on certain things, this and that, but like, what I'm saying, like, how the hell was y'all just so able just to say that everything's supposed to be an even playing field, but you was able to just go and put your name over shit that you didn't even do, and a lack of knowledge of understanding what you're doing, but then you go and put, and like I said, when you had these people that was in office too, and they got assassinated, but at the same time, it's like these were, they're going against what they told them. They knocked them off, but I'm like, still, there all these secrets and stuff they felt like they was trying to expose. But how is it a secret when all the information was already, put out there in plain view sight? It's just that just confuses me.
Yeah, I think it's
It's
in the code. I think it's in the codes though, right? That's where they hid it at in the codes. That's why the language is so difficult to understand.
That's a fact. That's why I say, like, knowing them U.S. codes, that shit there, that's the it tells you every fucking thing.
And even though I know for myself that we're not a part of the Constitution, I would like to really know that we're not a part of it. You know what I mean?
Well, the Constitution is a trust agreement, right, or a contract or what have you between particular parties. And if you're not a part of one of those parties, it really don't apply to you. I know they say it's the supreme law of the land, but that's only if you find yourself one way or another involved in that contract or that agreement. And I
Me
don't find
personally,
myself right. I don't find
I don't
myself
think we're a
part of
part
it.
of it, Smoke, personally.
Yeah, I don't think I'm a part of it either. But you got plenty of motherfuckers who really think that shit apply to them. But I think they just apply that shit to themselves. Then find themselves having to consent for, because now they gotta fulfill the obligation for applying that shit to themselves. But like I tell any nigga, y'all talk about how strong a contract is. I don't know now job a nigga working on. He just can't drop his fucking tools or whatever he using to do his job and walk off that motherfucker.
Yep, that's why I say it's a whole melting pot. And like all the lies is just coming to the surface now.
Yeah, we gonna have to stay on their ass about that too, right?
Yep. And like I said, my biggest assignment now I'm working on is I'm trying to do more research on Benjamin Bannegan. And like I said, when I read that information about him, I'm like, damn, that shit is crazy. Like how his name, everything portrays to this whole system of a trust in the banking system, to the farming and irrigation. Like how the hell they just really like erase this man and his bloodline? What did y'all do to them? Did y'all threaten the family. Like I need to really look more into where his bloodline is leading to.
Yeah, because you know how they do the 52 fake out, right? They'll introduce a character to make it seem like he was just a character, but the whole time Benjamin Banneker might have been like a corporation or a business or a family, right? But on the record, they got him like he was just a single solitary individual. I believe it's more like an organization, and that organization got crossed out or infiltrated. You know what I'm saying?
But
Because it's all.
on the research for him though, he was a real person because he the one started like the whole banking system up. That's what I was saying. He started that up, and he had a lot to do with all this. He was the one that was trying to like build it for where for our generation. You know, not the way they running this shit though, but he built it where you can have your trust and have financial freedom from a lot of things. He had it set up where you wasn't, you didn't have to go through all this shit. You didn't have to go through the straw man shit.
Yeah, we're gonna need some receipts on that then, because those are type of implications that need to be brought to the forefront. But I'm gonna start digging into this trust shit because I've been hearing a lot about it. The first time I got on the panel, nigga, I was arguing with somebody about a damn trust.
hmm But that's like I've been with saying, like, the whole key to getting everything together is to have your trust. Once you have your trust set up, man, your shit opens up so much shit for you. You wouldn't have to keep saying like I'm stuck and I don't know what to do, how to make ends meet. I can't, become a businessman. I don't have the skill sets for this shit. This shit is open to anybody to do it.
And what he supposed to been like one of the founders of the Freemasons too? That Prince Hall Freemasonry? Was that him or was that somebody else?
I think that was somebody else because like the latest article I read about him, like I said, that shit was just like it didn't mention anything about him being a mason or nothing like that. I mean, like I said, I know you could probably move articles on him, but I mean, like from what I got, when I read on him, yeah, that shit was just too much of like eye opening some stuff I didn't even realize.
Oh yeah, I think I'm thinking about Manly P Hall.
So,
Manly P Hall, yeah, that's who it was. Not Benjamin Banneker. You right.
and then it's like, then the other thing is that got me was like how they try to say that Albert Einstein was just such a genius, and this motherfucker stole all his ideas from our people.
Yeah, that's the same thing I heard about Tesla too.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Was you talking about the one else from the one they killed, the one that was from Africa?
Now I'm talking about Nikola. You ever heard of Nikola
Oh
Tesla?
yeah, 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 yeah.
I guess he supposed to been a German or something like that.
I think so. Yep.
Yeah, I hear through the grapevine that he got a lot of his technology from the ancient cultures too.
Yep. It's just like Elon Musk. What Elon Musk is.
Yeah,
He the
yeah.
same shit. He's not this genius.
So
You don't even have the skill. He didn't know how to fucking make no electronic calls and shit like that. He just put his name on the shit. That's it.
Yeah, like they always do.
Yep. And like I said, and then it's like the biggest thing is how everybody keeps talking about, the push they're trying to do with these electric cars and shit. But what everybody don't even realize is that, you know, you could take anything with a DC voltage on that shit, you can create your own solar charging station without even utilizing the actual electricity. Everything could be used off of solar and moon energy. But at the same time, all that all this shit is just old. This shit we've been did this shit.
It's like they rebranding history. They just switch it up a little bit and put it in a new box and let it release it as a new product.
Mm-hmm. You see, Tesla house has a 10,000 home. Yeah, this shit wow.
Yeah, we need to start a movement and start investing in like that radio power generation, some shit like that.
Mm-hmm. And then when we do it, we don't even have to try to patent it with none of them companies, because when you try to patent anything, they automatically gonna steal your shit. They damn sure did a number though.
Well, it's been a good ride. Shit, I'm about to go on tap out. Start looking into that damn trust law shit tomorrow. Though. Appreciate you sending that to my email.
Yeah, I sent
I'm
it
gonna
to
hit
you.
you up too. I'm gonna hit you up too, big dog.
All right, good brother. Everybody have a good night, my brother.
All right,
All right,
salute, salute.
salute, salute.
Yeah, then I'm gonna go more into part two of it. I'm gonna have I'm gonna read a little bit more about it, and like we could probably like do some reenactments on type of this, for people who don't really understand how to do that shit. So yeah, most I'm gonna try to go more into the U.S. schools because I got like a whole list of that shit too. I could show everybody. So yeah, most definitely I'm gonna be more in depth into this shit. So I'm gonna kind of like
That's
end it
what's
at this
up.
5 hour mark anyway. But go ahead, Balance.
I was just saying, thanks for letting me up, man. Salute to you. Salute to everybody on the panel. Much love and light. To the next time.
Man, always.
Yeah,
I know little
appreciate
foot.
you for letting me up, my brother. Much love and respect to everybody in the panel, everybody in the chat. See y'all on the other side. I see you in the YouTube street somewhere tomorrow. Much love, everybody.
I already know.
Much love, bro. Thank you for letting me up on the panel. Appreciate you. It was a good build today. Fire build. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Much love to everybody. And we'll catch you on the next one.
Yes, sir. And I gotta say, I stayed up the whole time.
Where, bro? We both did.
For real.
We set a record today.
Hell yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
bro.
but
Much love, man.
much love. But definitely everybody, appreciate everybody coming on the panel,
Peace.
everybody that was in the chat, sharing the stream, and hope y'all learned a lot. I learned a lot. So definitely we're gonna keep going more in depth into this shit. Like I said, I just call this like part one of it. And we're gonna go, like I said, each deal gonna be more in depth into it. Like I said, I'm just focusing more on presenting more of this information. So any information that I get, it's all gonna say always gonna be shared to the people. Never charge for anything. All information should always be free. So I always like I tell everybody, you know, just stay on code, don't live in fear, and you can do whatever you need to do and learn to self-govern. Because all we need is ourselves, and we don't need these people to control us and tell us what the fuck to do. So like I said, love, peace, and hair grease. I ain't said that in a long time, but we'll catch y'all on the next one. We out.